Read it one more time up there since it's getting annoying.
So let us begin.
It's a recording. I didn't get an announce.
The sheets, you all set? Applicant all set? Very well. This will be a little familiar to those that participated on Tuesday evening. I have 4 pages of material that I need to read into the record. So bear with me, please. This meeting is called to order. Actually, before I do that, let me take a roll call. I apologize. I forgot to do the roll call. Again, planning commissioners, as I call your name, please respond. Commissioner Bisco. Commissioner Cash, participating online.
Here. Here.
That her, you're here?
Yes, it is I, Sarah, here.
And we got an affirmative reply from Commissioner Cash.
Yes. I'm here.
So I think we can take that as she is present. Commissioner Fulford.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Struthers. He said he may have to attend late, so we expect him to join us in a little bit. Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Vice Chair Hayman.
Present.
I will note for the record that this is a valid quorum. On with the reading. This meeting is called to order. This is the time and place for the public hearing in the matter of LU-24-027. The subject of this public hearing is an application for a conditional use permit to expand an existing landfill. The applicant is Republic Services and the property owner is Valley Landfills. Oregon law requires that I make several announcements for this hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and it will be conducted pursuant to Benton County Development Code sections 51.705 through 51.725. In a quasi-judicial proceeding such as this, it is the Commission's duty to apply the law, not revise it. The Commission must determine whether the applicant has met all of the applicable criteria in the Benton County Development Code. The Commission will consider the record as presented and will also consider any new evidence or testimony that is submitted into the record. Please do not communicate verbally or in writing with any of the commissioners outside of this hearing process. A staff report has been prepared for this application. The staff report has been available for 7 days before tonight's hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to the applicant's proposed development and analyzes these criteria. Testimony and evidence should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is open on the application. Any written materials received by the county staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed into the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the county staff in order to become part of the record. No screen presentations are allowed with the exception of the applicant. If a person intends oversized poster boards, reports, or pictures to be used in their oral testimony to be placed into the record, copies must be submitted directly to county staff while the record is open. If they are not given to staff, they will not be included in the record. Question to the members of the Planning Commission. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact in this matter? I see none. The hearing procedure for tonight is as follows. The staff report was presented on Tuesday evening, so we'll go directly into the applicant's presentation in support of the application. As time permits, testimony from other persons in support of the application limited to 3 minutes per person. As time permits, testimony from persons opposed to the application also limited to 3 minutes. Finally, the applicant may present rebuttal, which is limited to addressing any issues raised during testimony since the applicant's first presentation. The commissioners may ask questions of any persons providing testimony. However, the purpose of public testimony is to provide information to the commissioners for consideration. The public is not permitted to ask questions of the staff, the applicant, or the commissioners. If you are a participant in this hearing, the commission expects you to abide by the following rules. Please be respectful of all participants. Speak only in the order of the proceedings or when recognized by the chair. In testifying, please do not repeat previous testimony made at this hearing. Just note that you are in agreement with such prior testimony. Be advised, the chair may halt testimony if it has become irrelevant, abusive, or clearly intended to harass or intimidate the participants in this hearing. Any written or other exhibits you want included into the record must be handed to the commission's recorder for marking before being presented to the commission for consideration. All testimony and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria in the Benton County Development Code or other criteria which the person believes applies to this decision. Failure to raise an issue in this hearing accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the commission an opportunity to respond precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue. The failure to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the commission to proceed to respond precludes any action for damages in circuit court. To have standing to appeal the decision of the Planning Commission, you must present oral or written testimony to the Planning Commission prior to the closing of the record. Except for the applicant, verbal testimony is limited to 3 minutes total per person. Please be respectful of the time limits so others have the opportunity to testify. No screen presentations are allowed. Let us then move directly into the applicant's presentation.
Technical difficulties. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Jeff Condit. I'm an attorney at Miller Nash and LLP in Portland, and I am local counsel for the applicant. I am going to introduce the applicant team here. They'll tell you a little bit more about their credentials when they get up and make their presentations, but these are the people who are here tonight or are speaking tonight. So from the company, Valley Landfills, Brian Roop. He's the area vice president for the Northwest area. We have Brent Lurch, and Brent is the area environmental manager for the Northwest area. We have Brett Davis. He's the general manager at the landfill. We have Paul Coster. He is the environmental manager at the landfill. We have Julie Jackson. She is the municipal manager. And for consultants here tonight who will be making presentations, we have Adam Jenkins from Greenbush. He is our sound engineer. We have Jeff Shepard, who is the overall project engineer. We have Jeff Ledford, who is our odor consulting engineer. Joe Bestman. Joe is the traffic engineer. And online testifying tonight, there's Jim Walsh, who is our fire consultant, and Stephanie James, who is our environmental consultant.
Hopefully I got all those names. If the first time you were called on to present, if you could reintroduce yourselves, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Well, we're going to start off with a general presentation of the application. And first, I understand everybody has a copy of our slides on their computer. And so we'll try to let you know when to turn the page. Brett Davis is going to start out with that. So I'm turning it over to Brett.
All right, can you hear me? Everything's
Yes.
good. All right, thanks for having us tonight. We look forward to presenting and answering all the questions that I'm sure we'll get at the end. So thanks for having us. We'll go to slide 2. We really appreciate the partnership with the staff, Benton County and DSAC during this process. We believe that our expansion proposal is a culmination of more than 3 years of active listening and understanding, dialogue and consideration, and planning that incorporates feedback from various community stakeholders whenever possible. Next slide. I know most of you have seen the orientation, but we'll just go through this again to make sure everyone knows the expansion area that we're talking about. So the large white area on the map is the area that we're currently landfilled. The dark blue area, I hope it's blue, I'm colorblind. So
So as I read in the preamble, the intention is for this information to be delivered to the Planning Commission. We do have the materials in front of us, so I know that we can follow on. Do we have it electronically? So I understand that, and I appreciate the comment. I can only reiterate that we have to operate by Benton County Code and policies and procedures. And that was, as I read, we do not permit the presentation of materials from computers in this. The testimony has been submitted. It's, I understand. Well, I also cannot get into a dialogue with the public. This is a hearing to hear the applicant and to have them provide information into the record. That record is in, or the information is in the record. And I have to abide by the rules in Benton County Code. And so my apologies, but this complies and comports with Benton County Code.
Yes, Chair, I recommend that you move on and allow the applicant to continue their presentation.
Thank you. And
yeah.
please proceed.
So the dark area to the top left is the quarry area that was excavated by Knife River. And the road in the center is Coffin Butte Road, and the light colored area is the proposed expansion area. Next slide. So how did we get here? Lots of information on our expansion proposal from 2021, but what I'll cover is the difference of our proposal today. So today's proposal is actually 50% smaller in scope with only 6 years of life. Does maintain and improves Coffin Butte Road, where the previous proposal had us closing Coffin Butte Road. The anticipated final grade is 180 feet, which is 90 feet lower than the original 270 proposed. And the expansion is contained in parcels designated as landfill site or owned by Valley Landfills, where the previous expansion request had some parcels that were zoned for other uses. And unlike last proposal that didn't have community input, we've spent over 2 years getting community input, including Benton County Talks Trash, trash, and outreach meetings, improve vegetation screening along transportation corridors, which includes robust technical studies, including odor modeling, wildlife, leachate, and groundwater monitoring. So go next slide. So why does the expansion make sense? Well, for us, we truly believe that the expansion in Coffin Butte Landfill is a regional asset for all of us living in the region. So it provides critical infrastructure for growing communities. It's an economic engine for Benton County, contributing between $2 and $3.5 million annually to discretionary funds through host fees, provides affordable local disposal of waste for residents and businesses in the region, and the expansion would provide continuous and reliable capacity for the region while Benton County continues its work on a solid materials management plan. With that, I'll pass it over to Brian Roop.
Good evening. Maybe I need to lean forward a little bit. My name is Brian Roop. I'm Area Vice President for the Northwest area for Public Services. And before we turn over to Jeff Condit and start with some of the more technical aspects of the presentation, I just wanted to kind of touch base on where we're at in terms of the staff report that was released on April 22nd. As you guys heard on, as everyone here heard on Tuesday night, the vast majority of the application the staff concurs with two main points that we're still trying to work through, both of those being noise and odor. We learned about some of maybe either the feedback from Benton County staff on the 17th of April and immediately circled the wagons to try to ascertain, the feedback, maybe where we could communicate better and or provide more solutions. Staff and the consultants were very accommodating. We did get on the phone with them on the following Monday, which is the 21st, but we would have loved to come with a complete package of solutions to include in the staff report, but there was no way for us to get that done. Just given the nature and the volume of the work, we wanted to make sure that we did that correctly. And so we were unable to provide all of that evidence prior to this meeting. There is some of this in the presentation though, because we were able to provide comments and some feedback into the evidence to help address some of the concerns. But we plan to continue to work with county staff to find good solutions. And then lastly, at this time, we would like to request a 14-day extension past the closing of public comment to help us work through mainly two things. One is to take in public feedback based on public comment, which we expect there to be a fair amount, and also to continue to work through and find good solutions for odor and noise.
I'll definitely offer that opportunity to make that request at the end of the public comment period.
Fair enough.
But I'll make note of it now as well.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Condit to talk through some criteria and get some of the more detailed technical side of the presentation underway.
Thank you. The Planning Commission and the staff had quite a colloquy on the applicable criteria. And so I'm not going to sort of go back through all that, but I will say that we do agree with the staff's interpretation of both what is applicable and what isn't applicable. And we also agree that the focus of the applicable criteria are the impacts on the surrounding properties and the surrounding area, as well as whether or not there's any undue burdens on public infrastructure. So one of the things I wanted to address a little bit was the relationship between the county's approval and DEQ's approval. So under this state law, there's a state agency coordination requirement. They are required to make sure that whenever they're considering an applicant for application for a project, that it complies with the local land use policies. That's wherever it's located. And so the DEQ will not consider any application to expand the landfill until they've gotten approval from this body. And I understand why that's frustrating to some of the commissioners. It's a little frustrating to us as well. But they do that because the DEQ undertaking is a separate process. There's 3 major permits. There's the disposal permit, there's the groundwater permit, there's the air permit. And we will have to seek modifications of those from DEQ if we obtain approval from the county. And we have to do both of those things, have approval from the county and approval from DEQ to proceed with construction of the expansion area. Our primary argument about the expansion area is basically the area that's currently where the disposal site is north of Coffin Butte Road is going to move south of Coffin Butte Road. That north area will be closed, and the area south of Coffin Butte Road and the new expansion area will be roughly the same size and have similar impacts to the north side. So we agree with the staff's comment that there's been a landfill in this area for 70 years. And so the issue is when we move that landfill operation from the north side of Coffin Butte Road to the south side, will that movement substantially change the impacts as they exist? And we think we can demonstrate the answer is no. And in fact, in many cases, it's going to get a lot better with some of the improvements. So on the DEQ criteria, one of the commissioners expressed concern that, okay, well, we say yes, and then we have no control over the rest of the process with regard to DEQ. So one of the proposed conditions of approval basically requires us to maintain our permits in good standing as a condition of approval of the CUP, which means that if DEQ comes in and enforces against us or finds us out of compliance, that the county can also look at other penalties under the county code up to and including revocation of the CUP. So there is some teeth there that would enable you to come back in and take a look at the conditional use permit if we should prove to be in violation. And one of the other things I wanted to address is there are some comments that you're in violation of the permit now, you're in investigation from EPA. So EPA and DEQ routinely do inspections, and the EPA inspection we're currently under is an informational inspection. They could, as a result of that, find some violations that they ask us to correct, or they could conclude we are in compliance. So it's not quite the same thing as being found out of compliance. And DEQ regularly comes in and analyzes, for example, gas releases, and if they find issues, we fix them. So that is the sort of the long-term basis of the relationships with the permitting agencies. I think those are the points I wanted to hit, and so I'm going to turn this over to, and we're going to start talking about the 2 issues. We're going to start with the 2 issues that the staff found us not to be in compliance with, and we're going to start with noise, and so I'm going to turn this over to Adam Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Condit. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Adam Jenkins. I'm one of the vice presidents at the Greenbush Group, and I'm principal in charge of our acoustical consulting department. Mailing address 1448 Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, Avenue West in Seattle, Washington, zip code 98119. I have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and physics and a master's of engineering degree in acoustics. I'm also a registered professional engineer in acoustics and electrical in the state of Oregon, and a board certified noise control engineer by the Institute of Noise Control Engineering. I have a little over 19 years of experience in consulting with an emphasis on environmental noise issues. Greenbush was hired by the applicant to analyze sound emissions from the proposed landfill expansion. We also analyzed sound emissions from the previous expansion proposed in 2021. I was in responsible charge of both of those noise analyses. I'll be referencing 3 documents in the record during my testimony tonight. One will be the staff report that we heard last on Tuesday. The second will be the noise study, that is applicant exhibit number 11. And the third will be an ambient noise memorandum that was provided on Tuesday. It was attached to a cover letter submitted by Mr. Condit. These will be the 3 documents that I'll be referencing. In your packet, if you could turn to slide 10 or page 10, this shows a site plan of the site and some locations where we did ambient noise monitoring. Before I talk much about what you see on the slide, I want to walk you through the criteria that we use to assess potential noise effects from the project. So our analysis assessed sound levels, both existing, what's near the site today, and what sound levels might be in the future based on the proposed operations. And we found that they were compliant with state standards. So the state noise ordinance is codified in Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 350-035. And this is what we use to establish assessment of noise effects from the project. The Oregon Administrative Rules, which is overseen by the Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, establishes noise limits in 2 ways: levels that cannot ever be exceeded. And for new noise sources on a previously unused site, it also limits increases to existing conditions to not more than 10 decibels. While the proposed expansion area does not meet the definition of a previously unused site in the OAR, due to the CUP approval criteria to not seriously interfere with the use of adjacent and nearby properties, satisfaction of this second OAR criterion was used in the study to provide a comprehensive framework for CUP approval. The staff report on the bottom of page 26 includes a comment that agrees with the use of OAR limits to assess satisfaction of CUP criteria. So we're in agreement with the staff report on the appropriate thresholds. Since the increase element of the code is more complex, I'd like to talk about it more. So to assess increases to those existing conditions, measurements were conducted at the 4 locations that you see on the figure in front of you. In proximity to adjacent noise-sensitive properties, we did not gain access to adjacent properties. So we placed the monitors as close as we could to the adjacent property boundaries, which you'll see on your figure. If you could move to the next page, page 11. This shows a table of the results of the monitoring that was used to develop the decibel values to represent existing conditions. And these are the numbers that you'll see or saw in the noise study. And these were the levels that would be used to assess the increase to existing conditions threshold of 10 decibels. Since Benton County doesn't have any noise assessment thresholds that apply to this application, these state thresholds, as was mentioned, were used to determine the noise effects. The table shows a summary of these existing sound levels. It shows in each cell 3 numbers, a lower end of the range, an upper end of the range, and in parentheses, a median value. So in order to determine what the threshold is for substantial increase, we need a single number, but we collect data over the course of days. So we use the median value to represent a typical sound level from each location that we monitored. And the L50 is one of the metrics in the noise code. It's also considered a median hourly sound level. And since it's not mathematically appropriate to average statistical sound levels, the median was another reason why that was used, because that's an appropriate way to analyze it mathematically. If you could advance to the next slide, slide 12. In response to concerns in the staff report and in the preceding discussions that were mentioned in communication with the consultant MFA that reviewed the noise analysis, there were some concerns about increases of existing conditions by up to 10 decibels in the noise study at location 4. Your packet says location 1, but it was location 4 in the noise study that showed an increase of up to 10 decibels. So in response to this concern, we conducted further analysis on the ambient data. And it's important to know that the noise study looked at the median sound level during nighttime hours, which is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., all of those hours to determine the nighttime existing sound level. But the facility will not be open until 5 a.m. So the quieter ambient sound levels between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning really drew the median sound level down, which was overstating noise effects, and it was a quite conservative way to analyze it. So in response to that concern, we updated that evaluation, only looking at ambient conditions during hours that the facility would be operating. And those are the values that you see on this table. And we'll see that the nighttime ambient conditions are 8 to 15 decibels higher than what was used in the noise study. So we're not changing any predicted sound levels, just refining the window of time that we analyze the ambient or existing conditions. As mentioned previously, it's not appropriate to average statistical sound levels, but if one were to do that, the numbers would be anywhere between 0 and 1 decibel different than what you see on the paper. The staff report included a comment on page 26 from the consultant MFA that the lowest existing hourly value should be used for the existing condition instead of the median. And this conflicts with DEQ guidance on how to document the existing ambient conditions. They say to not emphasize any especially quiet or especially loud periods. And there's some discussion about this guidance from DEQ in that ambient criteria memo that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony tonight. This is an important issue since it was used as a basis for county's recommendation for denial. As a result of the updated existing sound level analysis, predicted sound levels are below existing ambient conditions, which we will see on the next slide. If you can advance to page 13, please. As mentioned previously, aside from the increases to existing conditions, OAR 340.035 also establishes sound levels that cannot be exceeded at any time. And those are shown in the first column on, make sure, yes, those are shown in the first column on the table on your page in orange. So in order to determine the most restrictive limit in any particular receptor, location 1, 2, 3, or 4, we use the lower of the two numbers, either the OAR must never exceed limit or the existing sound level plus 10 limit. And those are shown in different colors to try to help illustrate that. So the existing sound levels are shown in the next column over in black. The next column over is existing plus 10 in blue. And then the boxed column to the right is the project limit, which is the lower of the two values in orange or blue. So for example, location 1 and 2 are both limited by existing ambient conditions due to the measurement data that we collected, where location 3 and 4, due to higher ambient conditions, are more limited by the state code limits themselves. And in green, you'll see the predicted sound levels that were reported in the noise study. There's no updated modeling. These are the same numbers that were presented in the study. But when comparing them to this refined ambient calculation, we see that there are no increases to the existing condition. If we could move on to slide 14, please. You'll see some renderings of the site. These are from our 3D noise model that was used to compute noise emissions from the site. Slide 14 is the model typical operations for scenario 1, which is near the beginning of operations when the site is nearly empty. And scenario 2, which we'll get to in a minute, is when the site is nearly full. We analyzed both scenarios. For scenario 1, the current proposal is a little bit different than what it was in the previous application. The bottom of site is 40 feet lower than what we analyzed previously back in 2021. And the haul route that was shown in the previous application that resulted in some sound level exceedances at the property west of the expansion area has been relocated into the current application, is no longer a contributing factor to noise emissions. If you move on to the next page, slide 15, this is a two-dimensional view of the noise model that was used to compute the predicted sound levels in the study. Some of the sound sources that are shown include excavators, compactors, dozers, tippers, idling vehicles, and landfill trucks. Sound levels from the current proposal are lower than the previous proposal by as much as 14 decibels in this particular scenario and are well below state code standards and will not seriously interfere with neighboring properties. If you advance to the next page, slide 16, This is a 3D rendering, again, from the noise model with the previous design and current design, showing some of the differences. The filled height is 60 feet lower than the previous proposal in the noise analysis, and the haul route during the fill condition is also farther away from adjacent properties, similar to the difference in scenario 1. If you advance to the next page, 17, you'll see another similar output from the computer noise model. All this is for scenario 2, and sound levels are up to 10 decibels less in this updated scenario, which is, again, within state code standards and will not seriously interfere with neighboring properties. My final slide is on page 18. This is just a summary of some of the things that we've gone through already. The noise study shows satisfaction of the state code limits, both in the noise study, which included a conservative analysis of those existing sound levels, and with the updated analysis of the existing sound levels were much less than what was shown in the noise study in terms of levels above existing. And when focusing analysis on those existing sound levels, as we updated them, again, there's no sound levels that have been predicted above existing ambient conditions. Therefore, the project will not seriously interfere with surrounding properties. As a betterment, we do recommend that on-site vehicles be fitted with ambient sensing backup alarms. They sound like psh, psh, instead of beep, beep. We found that while not covered by the state code, they can be very helpful in terms of potentially reducing the propensity of complaints from the community. So that is a betterment that was recommended. And I'd also like to mention that we are working through some additional analyses, as was mentioned prior, in response to MFA's comment about how ambient sound levels were analyzed, which you talked a little bit about tonight. We're still looking through some potential measures that could be implemented to reduce sound levels further. Although one of the challenges with this effort is the proximity of the location for receptor, but we are working through that analysis. And then that concludes my testimony on noise.
How's that? Oh, good. Just one minor thing I wanted to add. One of the things that staff raised concern when we were talking about noise and when it should be measured was our hours of operation conditions of approval. We had hours of operations limitations basically the same as we currently have, but we did not provide any further discussion of what the hours were for some of the other operations. So we submitted as part of our April 29th letter some revised proposed conditions of approval that more thoroughly sort of describe what that is. And so basically, the landfill is open to commercial truck traffic from 5 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. It's open to the public from, somebody correct me if I get this wrong. It's open to the public at 8 a.m. and closes at 5. So opens at 5 to commercial, 8 for regular for members of the public, and then closes to everybody at 5. So there's some activities before and after. So the landfill site has to be open. The daily cover has to be removed. The tippers and everything have to be turned on. They're probably shooting daggers at me back there for saying that. And then the same thing at closing, the daily cover has to be put on. So there's a daily cover that's put on over the waste every evening, and that's to help keep the odor down and to keep the waste from flying around. And then it's taken off in the morning so that people can deposit additional solid waste. And then outside of those, there are some maintenance that happens outside of those hours. There's some there are people on site for security. There are people. There's maintenance of the vehicles, and a few other things that are mentioned in those criteria that happen outside of those hours. But those are mostly very quiet and wouldn't be heard off site. Maintenance Maintenance will happen in the maintenance building, which gives me a chance to correct something that I forgot to add to my presentation, which is one of the things that the staff noted, is that we referenced the maintenance building on lot 1200, but we didn't actually show it on the site plan. Totally oversight on our part. If you look at slide number 8, that's the site plan showing the improvements on the site and the location of that building on that site. We submitted a more detailed drawing of that again on April 29th. So with that exciting testimony, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Ledford, our odor engineer, to talk about the odor analysis.
Hi, yeah, my name is Jeff Ledford. I am a registered professional engineer in Oregon. I have 12 years of modeling, air dispersion modeling experience, 6 with SCS engineers directly with the landfill industry. So yeah, I work with SCS engineers. We are located at 15940 Southwest 72nd Avenue in Portland, Oregon. Yeah, so if you're able to go to slide 20. So yeah, SCS Engineers is a leader in the landfill environmental consulting and air dispersion modeling industries. We reviewed a bunch of odor complaints submitted to the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, and then we attempted to determine if Coffin Butte was the likely source of the odors. So, we first looked at 84 complaints from the years of 2022 to 2024. And there was a lot of missing data in there as far as being able to fully tell the culprit, but we compared that to on-site meteorological data, the wind speed during the time of the complaint and with the location of the complainant when it happened, to see if the landfill was upwind, see if that's the direction that it came from. And we found that only 1% of the odor complaints are likely attributed to the landfill. Now, this also is because you need to think about the fact that a lot of this odor data didn't come with a location, date, and time stamp to fully corroborate it. So there's 58% of the odor complaints are possibly from the landfill. Thus, we didn't have a full data set to fully consider that. And then another 29% of odor complaints are not likely attributed to the landfill. And that was ones that did have a location, date, and time stamp, and the landfill wasn't upwind during that time. But just some notes of the complaints we looked at, they really peaked in the morning, and especially between 8 and 11 a.m., and especially during the winter months, which is common in the odor field in winter months when it's colder out. There's less mixing going on in the air, so odors and air pollution can travel easier. Complaints were focused mostly to the south and southeast of the landfill, and the distance range was from a half a mile to 7 miles away, which is a sizable distance away from the landfill. But yeah, those were the basic results of the odor complaint analysis. So if you can go to page 21. This is basically where I'm describing how I did the odor modeling study. Okay, so we assessed the odor modeling in 2 different scenarios. Scenario 1 was from 2023. We used actual conditions from 2023 as a baseline, and then scenario 2 was used as year 2052, which is if this expansion was approved, and 2052 is estimated when the full build out would happen, and that would be the maximum amount of emissions, odor emissions coming from the landfill at that time. So looking at these 2 scenarios, for a comparison, the methodology I used has been previously approved by Oregon DEQ for Clean Air Oregon for health risk assessment modeling, and for the Department of Ecology in Washington, as well as many air pollution control districts in California, including San Diego. So we basically were assessing the emission sources. The emission sources we looked at were like the fugitive emissions of the landfill, just of gas percolating up from the ground, as well as the flares of the landfill, and then the engine tippers that are run by diesel that are picking up the trash trucks and dumping them, as well as just like a source, assorted working face emissions where they're putting cover soil or daily cover on the landfill and just stuff that happens right at the working face. The model used on-site meteorological data that is being collected on-site for wind and wind speed and direction to run this model. And we assumed 75% of the landfill's generated gas is going to the flares, and the other 25% is coming up fugitively from the ground. That's a very standard number used by the EPA and DEQ. It's a very standard number to use. Okay, so if we go to slide 22. In scenario 1, we have 2 open flares, which are basically just flares with the open flame at the top, which are not allowed in Oregon anymore. But in 2023, they still were. So this is our baseline: two open flares, and with the landfill area only north of Coffin Butte Road, which is currently allowed. And the working face, which is, the AI is what's considered in here, which is the aggregate insignificant area. The working face and the tippers are all in that northern area as well. Scenario 2, for year 2052, by this time, we have now and by this year switched to an enclosed flare instead. Enclosed flare has all the gas being combusted inside of a large chamber. It's a lot more clean combustion. It's now required by DEQ to do it this way. It's a more clean combustion inside of there, that was just put online at the end of 2024. And it also allows you to do a source test on the flare where you can put instruments into it, take the gas that's already combusted, test it, and see like how good it is at combusting the gas. Before with an open flame, as you can imagine, there's no way to test after it's combusted how efficient of combustion we're talking about, right? There's no way to contain it up above the flare. But when you have a chamber, you're able to way above the flame be able to take a sample and be like, oh, usually 99% or more of the gas in that situation is combusted and thus doesn't have odors. So that occurred at the end of 2024. And then, like I said, in scenario 2, it also assumes that the landfill expansion to the south has been allowed. So the fugitive emissions are coming from the southern area as well. And at that point, the tipper engines and the active face region would both be moved down to the southern area. That's where they would be filling that area up. So, and yeah, just to mention like that source test I was mentioning, they performed a source test on this new flare at the end of 2024 and tested it to make sure that it meets all of the DEQ standards, which it did. That was successful. Okay, so that's just basically the full modeling setup, and you can kind of see here to the right how I set that up. And then if you move on to page 23. For the modeling conclusions, just in the odor modeling world, 1D over T is considered a dilution in the air that is detectable by the average person. Thus, like half the people can't smell it, half the people can smell it at 1D over T, which is the dilutions of an odor in the air divided by that odor's threshold. Okay, so from our modeling in scenario in scenario 1 and in scenario 2, there was no 1 over D over T was not exceeded. So the odor detection level was not exceeded in either scenario. The highest impact in scenario 1 was actually from NOx, which is nitric oxide and nitrogen oxide, which was driven by the tippers, the diesel powered tippers that are on the landfill surface. With moving to the southern area of the landfill, because it's lower down and kind of more insulated within the property boundary, NOx emission, the odor actually goes down for NOx. But in the expansion area now in scenario 2 with the full build out, then you see dimethyl sulfide, which is considered DMS, an increase, and that is then the primary odor driver at that point. And so that's kind of what happens. The NOx emissions are going down from scenario 1 to scenario 2 into the future, and dimethyl sulfide goes up. So, and both of these are still under the odor threshold, but we're seeing that transition happening. And generally, 7 d/T is considered a nuisance level, which we are all under 1 d/T. So, basically, the odor modeling shows that the proposed landfill expansion would not seriously interfere with uses on adjacent properties or with the character of the area, and that there wouldn't be a serious difference odor-wise from now until that 2052 scenario.
I think I may just leave this on considering my technological difficulty with it. So one other thing I wanted to bring to the commission's attention is we did submit in our recommended condition of approval, we have a operating condition that will result in us actually doing noise analyses every day at specific locations. And then if there is, or not noise, excuse me, odor, and if we do detect that, then we will be able to take quicker action. One of our frustrations, and we will keep a record of that too, so we'll have a better record of when they occur. One of our frustrations is when people report noise problems to DEQ, oftentimes we don't find out about it for a day or two, and at that point, it's tough to go out to check. When we get them at the Coffin Butte, then we immediately go out and check and to see if we can detect it. But a majority of them come into DEQ, and so that makes it difficult. And as Mr. Ledford said, oftentimes people don't tell us the exact location or time of when it happened. So we're hoping to get a much better grip going forward, both for the purposes of being able to understand if that odor is coming from Coffin Butte, and if it is coming from Coffin Butte, that we can do something about it quickly. So just drawing that to your attention. And now I'm going to go to Joe Bestman, who's our traffic engineer, and he's going to talk about the traffic report.
Good evening, commissioners. For the record, Joe Bestman, address is 61271 Splendor Lane, Bend, Oregon, 97702. And I am a professional traffic engineer licensed in Oregon with over 23 years of experience working on traffic. So I was hired to address the impacts of the Coffin Butte landfill expansion. And I've been involved in this property for about 5 years now. And within the current application, it's a real privilege to be here because I think this is highly responsive to all of the concerns that we heard with the previous application. So what's in the record right now is a February 2024 traffic study and a quick supplement from April of 2025 that just validates those numbers are still valid. What the traffic study is looking at, and I think staff described this well, is really just transitioning an existing use on the north side of Coffin Butte Road to the south side of Coffin Butte Road. So the traffic that's coming from the west, from the east, that traffic's going to come using those same routes, using Highway 99, Soap Creek Road, to still enter this landfill in the same regional patterns. So when you get outside the bubble of this landfill, you're not going to see any difference in how people are accessing this site. What is changing is how the internal circulation is going to operate. And there's a reason for that. We're going to keep using the weigh scales on the north side of Coffin Butte Road. The reason we want to keep using those current weigh scales is because it provides over 1/4 mile of spacing for vehicles to queue without backing up and blocking Coffin Butte Road. So our circulation pattern is really best described by separating out the residential and the commercial trips. So for residential customers, there's going to be no change from what they do today. They're going to enter the site, use the current weigh scales, dump the solid waste, come back south to Coffin Butte Road, and head back on their way, whether that's east or west. For the commercial trucks, they're also going to access the site in the exact same way, coming in primarily from the highway, using the current weigh scales. They are then going to head south back down to Coffin Butte Road, make a right turn, and about 850 feet to the west, they're going to make a left turn to go into the new site, dump, weigh on the way out, and then return on their trip. So I think there was a question from the commissioners about, not changing traffic. Well, between these two access points, there is going to be a change in traffic. We are going to be increasing the truck traffic between the current landfill entrance and this new entrance. So I want to be real clear about that. But once you get outside the boundary of the entrances, there's no change in traffic. Now, what does this mean? Having this type of circulation means there's no change in area travel patterns. And that was a big issue last time. We're not going to impact Tampico Road in any way. Tampico is going to stay just as it is. Coffin Butte Road is going to remain open. So now we can maintain that as an emergency route and as a public road. And I also want to point out that Coffin Butte Road is a major collector in the Benton County Transportation System Plan, and it's also designated as a freight route in the Transportation System Plan. So maintaining the use of Coffin Butte Road to serve the landfill is consistent with these designations. I should also point out that Highway 99 West is a regional highway, and it's also designated as a freight route. So having those trucks using the highway system is also consistent with its designation. Now for that section of Coffin Butte Road that we're going to have more traffic on, and this is on slide 26, we are going to be rebuilding that road. Because Coffin Butte Road is a major collector and because it's a freight route, it changes the design of that road. It has to be big enough to handle trucks and these bigger vehicles. So we're building a thicker pavement section and a wider road to accommodate our vehicles. And we're building that wider road section between the new access point and the current landfill entrance. We don't require a left turn lane based on your typical left turn warrants. But we know that having all of our trucks making a right turn onto Coffin Butte Road and 850 feet later making a left turn, you're going to have these big slow moving vehicles that could be blocking throughput. And so we want to have a left turn lane between these two connection points to make this road as safe and functional as possible. And so we've volunteered to make that a condition of our application approval. And I saw in some of the comments, people also laughed at the fact that we have bike lanes that go to nowhere. But you have to remember, these are part of the Benton County roadway standard. And even if those bike lanes aren't being used, they're still protecting the pavement edge from unraveling. So it's a structural benefit as well as a way to separate cyclists in the busiest section of Coffin Butte Road. All the costs for this reconstruction of the road are being borne by Republic Services. These aren't being borne by the public or by the county. So I want to make sure that's clear too. And we feel, and staff agrees, that with these improvements, we're fully mitigating the transportation impacts of our site. Now, I know there was also some comments about, well, how does it work? Well, it works really well. I watched this intersection, the current landfill entrance, for several hours. It works really well, and it's going to continue to operate at that level of service. Just to test it, I took all the traffic that's currently using it with the rerouting and stuff that's going to happen with the weigh scales and the setup, just added 50% more trips using those same patterns, and it still works really well. By really well, I mean using less than 10% of the road's capacity. And that's because Coffin Butte Road is carrying a very low volume of traffic today. So it works very well, very efficiently. And with our improvements, we think it can work very safely. So again, we agree with the staff report. We don't see an interference with adjacent properties with this layout. We don't see how this changes the area character or causes any undue burden to public facilities. So that's what I have on transportation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Joe. One comment I wanted to make based upon some of the comments that I read that had been submitted to the record, and it was triggered by Joe's comment about this. We propose this left turn refuge voluntarily. Is, well, if it's voluntary, can they just change it? And that's not the case. once you approve the site plan and the conditional uses or the conditional use, even though they're recommended conditions, they become binding and enforceable under the county code. And so I just wanted to clarify that because several people testified to that. And I just wanted to be clear that if you approve this like this, we have to build it that way. And now I am going to turn it over to Jeff Shepard to talk about groundwater and leachate.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman. My name is Jeff Shepard. I am a civil engineer with Civil and Environmental Consultants. My address is 2356 Gold Meadow Drive in Gold River, California, 95670. I've been working in the solid waste industry for 30 plus years, and I am a registered professional engineer in Oregon as well as the surrounding Western states. So we should be on slide 28 at this point. And it describes the topographic and groundwater setting. The proposed site is on the northern slope of Tampico Ridge. It is separated from the adjoining properties by a topographic high. The groundwater flows northerly, below proposed site and away from adjoining properties. We have measured groundwater flow direction in this area since 1993, and it is consistently to the north away from adjoining properties to the south. 2 piezometers were installed in 2022 near the upslope southern boundary of the proposed landfill cell footprint. Groundwater measurements from those new wells verify this direction of groundwater flow. The hydrogeologic drainage divide that separates the landfill from adjacent properties is the topographic high area to the south of proposed landfill. Again, this creates a high groundwater recharge area that establishes a groundwater drainage divide between the landfill and adjacent properties. The drainage keeps groundwater on the landfill side of the divide flowing to the north. Let's move to slide 29, please. For groundwater supply, water volume used by landfill operations will not change. 1 well for the landfill office upslope of the expansion area. This well is south of the landfill office on western slope of Tampico Ridge. There is one well for the scale house near Highway 99, and the water from that well is only used for restroom use. The operations and construction water is supplied by Adair Village. Production at private wells on adjoining properties is from the basalt bedrock. Flow rate and volume is limited by local rainfall that is affected by climatic cycles. Inherent low permeability and poor fractured flow qualities of the basalt bedrock aquifer limit domestic well production. Water is present in fractures which are not connected over large distances. In addition, fractures have very low porous volume. Basalt typically alters or weathers to clay minerals that have very low permeability, which is the ability to transmit water. Let's move to slide 30, please. The protection of groundwater resources is obviously important. The primary landfill design features that contributes to the protection of water quality include a bottom composite liner to contain leachate liquid generated during waste composition, a secondary collection system underneath the bottom liner to collect any other fluids, interim and final cover systems to limit the amount of precipitation and stormwater that comes into contact with the waste, and a leachate collection and recovery system designed to collect leachate and convey it to a holding pond for subsequent transfer to the wastewater treatment plant. Let's move to slide 31. The water quality monitoring program will consist of, we currently have 52 groundwater monitoring wells, and we have a secondary leachate collection layer, and we also have a primary leachate collection layer, as well as surface water monitoring stations. The sample wells and other monitoring points for surface water are twice a year, split sampling events with the DEQ. Groundwater and surface water, again, are 2 times per year, and stormwater is sampled 4 times per year. Republic submits an annual environmental monitoring report in March for the previous year's results. For stormwater, those results are submitted quarterly to the DEQ. Detection monitoring program for development area includes 4 new wells that will be installed up gradient, upslope of the landfill and the ponds, 2 new wells that will be installed cross gradient, east and west of the landfill, and they will work with the 4 existing wells that are down gradient, both shallow and deep wells. Baseline monitoring will occur for 9 straight quarters and then develop a statistical water quality limits for ongoing monitoring at the wells for this landfill cell. Routine monitoring, again, will be twice a year with annual reporting consistent with the existing program. Let's move to slide 32. The naturally occurring arsenic is a regional occurrence. Oregon's Department of Environmental Quality established background concentrations for arsenic in soil for the Willamette Valley at 18 milligrams per kilogram. For the Cascade Range, it's 19 milligrams per kilogram. And for the Portland area, it's 8.8 milligrams per liter. Reason is that arsenic is associated with volcanic soils of the region. The U.S. Geological Survey found that regional patterns of arsenic concentration in groundwater in the Willamette Basin reflect primarily natural sources. Arsenic concentrations from 10 to 50 micrograms per liter in groundwater are widespread in the Willamette Basin. The arsenic is typically bound up in the iron oxides, and that's the rusty color that you see in the rocks, or absorbed in clay minerals. With low oxygen conditions, the iron oxide dissolves and arsenic is released into the groundwater. Slide 33. At Coffin Butte, the groundwater on the east side of the landfill in locations unaffected by landfill activities have naturally occurring arsenic. Monitoring well 9S along Highway 99 dating to 1991 before landfilling near that part of the site has arsenic that occurs at 27 to 42 micrograms per liter. Monitoring well 26, which is a baseline sampling period, had arsenic at levels of 12 to 16 micrograms per liter. And monitoring well 27 was 5 to 19 micrograms per liter. The groundwater from monitoring wells 26 and 27 was sampled during the baseline period, meaning before there was any possibility that groundwater from the landfill could have been affected. The groundwater samples from monitoring well 9S were collected even earlier before the east side landfill cells were constructed. It is not possible that the well was in any way impacted by the current cells from earlier than cell 1. Therefore, that well has the best history for background water quality at this site. In the development area, arsenic concentrations in wells 8S and 15 are mostly non-detect, or when detected are at low to trace concentrations below 2 micrograms per liter. At monitoring well 16, arsenic is all non-detect. The low oxygen conditions are present in the eastern part of the site. The low oxygen is from an organic rich clay in the cell 4 area that was deposited in a former marsh or wetland environment. The natural low oxygen condition causes the iron oxides in the soil to dissolve, releasing arsenic into the groundwater. I think that what the heart of these slides show is that the groundwater has not been contaminated by the landfill, and that arsenic is naturally occurring. I think everybody has to understand that. I think that's it for groundwater, and turn it over to back to Jeff.
I think I'm going to turn it over to Brent Lurch, who gets the enviable job to talking about leachate and PFAS.
Thanks, Jeff. Good evening, commissioners and chair. I wanted to talk a little bit about our engineered liner system for the expansion area and what that looks like and how we are planning to control our leachate within the expansion area. So our liner system is an engineered system that is the exact same as our existing DEQ approved base liner system and final cover system. So we did not have any changes from the already previously approved DEQ liner system to the expansion area.
If I could just interrupt you for a moment, a couple of us didn't catch your name and association.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Got a little ahead of myself there. My name is Brent Lurch. I'm the area environmental manager for Republic Services, and my address is 8343 154th Ave, Redmond, Washington, 98052.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that. So going on with our baseliner system, we have proposed no changes to what has already been previously approved by DEQ. As we build out our cells and then do third-party testing and get approval for each development area that we then would place waste in, we have to get approval by the state that, yes, we have constructed this correctly and we have a construction quality assurance report that accompanies that shows all of our testing, surveying, everything in there. Once we get approval, we can start placing waste within that area. Once waste is placed, our leachate, which is, rainwater or whatever moisture content that is in the waste that is disposed, as that leaches out with leachate, it goes into existing sumps that we construct as part of that landfill system. So it all goes to one area into a sump and is then pumped out. Our proposal also has us moving our two leachate ponds, because that would take up this area. Our leachate ponds are also lined per DEQ regulations, and those would not change from the existing. Just the locations would change. The schematic would be the same. So we pump our leachate out of the sump into our ponds, and our liner systems protect any integration into groundwater or leaching out from the essentially bathtub that we create. From the ponds, we then transfer it into a truck, and then to date, we either ship via truck to the City of Corvallis wastewater treatment plant or the City of Salem. Just to give you guys a background of how we looked in 2024, we generated approximately 40 million gallons within the 2024 time frame. And of that 40 million gallons, we had a 50-50 split. So 20 million gallons went to City of Corvallis, 20 million gallons went to City of Salem. One item on slide 34, you will see that a typo here. I think it was the engineer in me that messed it up and didn't do the times 100 and put it into 5%, because my bad. We actually only take up 0.5% of the City of Corvallis's annual load that they see in wastewater flow. So they typically use or discharge about 4 billion gallons per year out of their existing site. We gave them 20 million gallons, so we're about 0.5% of their load. Similarly with City of Salem, they have a little bit larger plant. And they actually do about 40 million gallons per day from what I found online. And when you look at that in a year standpoint, that's about 14.6 billion gallons per year, which would put us at 0.14%. And I think one big item of note is, and I'm sure it's everybody knows that at the end of 2025, we will no longer be disposing of our leachate at the city of Corvallis power plant. So in relation to that, our wastewater treatment plant, sorry. In relation to that, we are currently working on other disposal options, both at internal Republic sites and trying to see at potentially other POTWs around the area that we could potentially dispose of this. So we're actively working on that, and also just trying to see and work with our POTW partners of what contaminants are you looking at, what are of concern, and how can we help out with that. I will say for both City of Salem and Corvallis, we are in compliance with our existing discharge permits with them, and we have been for the past. So we don't see that as any big issue. And with or without this expansion going through, it's important to note that this landfill will continue to produce leachate through the post-closure period, which is approximately 30 years. So with or with the expansion, we will still be generating leachate, and it is our responsibility to treat that in accordance with rules and regulations and to help out the environment. Just on the level, there have been a lot of questions about PFAS, and that, you know, everybody's asking about it and what type of regulations there are out and how we're addressing it. Every day it seems like it changes. The science is always changing on your method parameters that you're sending to your lab, how they are the number of labs that can actually get down to the level to actually detect an accurate source of PFAS. I'm not sure how many people are aware, but PFAS is usually measured in the parts per trillion, which is very hard and takes very skillful lab technology to get down to that small size. So 1 part per trillion is about 4 grains of sugar in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And you know, that's very hard to detect at that level. So we're getting more labs around the United States that can actually get down to that level. But you know, this is a new emerging contaminant. It takes time, and as that is, regulations constantly coming in and out, states, the EPA trying to come up with good verbiage to how they are going to handle PFAS effluent, you know, at wastewater treatment plants and at landfills. So we, you know, rely on our outside consultants, our own interior knowledge and leadership at headquarters to really understand what's coming out through the EPA, through each of these states, what treatment technologies could potentially be out there, how our wastewater treatment partners are disposing of this effluent, or what they're doing. So it's constantly changing, and we will react and have to react to whatever regulations come in so that we can stay in compliance. And Jeff, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Now, we are on visual and screening, and I confess I forgot who was going to do that. Is that you, Jeff Shepard?
We plan to address visual screening through the use of new trees that would be planted along the west side of Highway 99. And those trees will be working in conjunction with the existing trees that are already there. We have proposed a condition of approval to plant trees, and those will limit the visibility of the landfill. On slide 37, we show the landfill, both the existing landfill and the expansion area, and the 3 pictures that we included in the smaller pictures are views that would be from particular points, and you can see those views on the larger picture. For example, view 1, if you're driving northbound on Highway 99 West, you would at point number one, you would not be able to see the landfill, the expansion, the existing landfill, or the leachate ponds, or really anything. And then the same thing at point number two. If you're driving either north or south on Highway 99, you wouldn't necessarily be able to see it. You might be able to see the expansion area very quickly if you were driving at the posted speed limit. Again, pictures 3 and 4 are sort of the same thing. So we believe that our visual screening meets the requirements of county code and that it does not seriously interfere with the character of the area.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to turn it over to Jim Walsh, who's on screen to talk about his fire risk assessment report.
Thank you, Jeff, and good evening, commissioners. Appreciate this opportunity. Can I be heard clearly?
Jim, you're on mute.
No.
Oh, not you.
How about now?
Jim, could you say?
Can you hear me now?
No.
But now, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're not hearing. Do we want to skip to the next section and maybe circle back to the fire?
Yeah, the next
Oh, it
session
is.
is also a
We got
long
you.
line person.
So I propose then, unless there's an objection from the applicant, that we take a 10-minute break.
The applicant is in full concurrence.
Very well. We'll take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 7:35. Well, I mean, that's the, yeah.
Please leave your message for
You have to go out.
Can anyone hear me now?
I got it.
James, could you please speak to us again?
How about now?
It's not projecting.
So there is.
Can
James, can you try one more time for us, please?
Do I need to tell everybody in the room to please be quiet?
James, can you just go ahead and speak? We're having an issue on our end. It's not your microphone.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me?
Okay,
We've got you.
thank you.
Is it working out?
How about video? Can you see me there?
someone who worked on laptop.
Testing. Testing.
How about, can you hear me now?
Testing. Testing. Mm. And the IT service desk here, Jim Walsh.
I'm getting so.
And Ms. Sheets confirmed for me that this presentation is under the staff report tab on Muni Docs. It is the very last item. And so if you are searching for this report, it's under staff report, very last item. Mr. Condit, I will turn it back to you.
Please, Mr. Chair, tell me to turn on the mic when you call on me. If everything's up and running, Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you again. This is Jim Walsh, our fire risk assessment engineer.
I'll start with a sound and video check. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jim Walsh. I'll be presenting on the subject of a fire risk assessment. My apologies for having to do this virtually, which obviously has created some IT problems. I was there at the meeting on Tuesday night, but needed to head back. So I'm remote here this evening and hope I'm able to communicate. And certainly I'm available for your questions that may ensue our presentation here today. Again, Jim Walsh, I am a principal and senior engineer with SCS Engineers. My colleague, Jeff Ledford out of our Portland office presented to you on the subject of odors before. I'll be presenting on the subject of fire risk assessment. My background is I'm a registered professional engineer in 12 states. I'm also a board certified environmental engineer in the solid waste specialty by the American Academy of Environmental Engineers and Scientists. I've devoted my entire career to the subject of landfill engineering. Within that, the larger areas are design, permitting, environmental management, and environmental compliance. One of my specialties in the past 15 years or so has been on the subject of landfill fires and also elevated temperature landfills. And it was for that reason that I was referred to this particular assignment at Coffin Butte Landfill. I have not been previously engaged at Coffin Butte for any assignment. If we could turn to slide 39, I'll speak to what our task was here. SCS Engineers was tasked with identifying potential fire scenarios and sources, the likelihood that they would occur, what control and prevention measures are in place, and the potential impact on the surrounding community and the environment. I began this work in 2023, actually. It was my report then was subject to several updates. It's a 10-page report through January of 2025, I believe is on record. I also received a number of questions from your landfill fire consultant and prepared a separate deliverable of 5 to 6 pages that addressed that as well. I'll open with on slide 39, the issues that are really important at the front end with regard to the potential for landfill fires to develop. First of all, Coffin Butte Landfill accepts only municipal solid waste, known in the vernacular as MSW landfills. It does not, in accordance with the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, the federal law regulating MSW landfills, which has been incorporated into Oregon DEQ regulation, We're not allowed to and don't accept hazardous waste, in particular relating to the landfill fire reactives area, anything that is reactive or ignitable as defined under the subtitle D definitions and the definition of hazardous waste. Oregon DEQ has approved the waste types that are accepted at the landfill. Generally speaking, they would be residential, commercial, and industrial special waste. The industrial special waste are, besides being subject to the Oregon DEQ and federal regulations, Republic Services also has a very robust waste approval acceptance program for all of their 200 plus landfills nationwide. That applies to the Coffin Butte landfill as well. Operational practices that are really important to fire prevention and control is that the waste disposal is limited to what's called a working phase. That's the area of the landfill where the waste is deposited at the beginning of each day, and then it's covered over with daily cover material. That is confined to as small an area as is practical, owing to the traffic and the disposal of waste. And that is approximately 1/2 acre in size and no larger than that in the everyday practices of Coffin Butte. Turning to slide number 40, the existing fire controls that are in place. First, with regard to the working face, there's a U-shaped soil stockpile at the working face that's off to the side on solid ground, not associated with waste. As we'll talk about later on, there are 3 areas where potentially landfill fires can break out. Probably the leading potential is at the landfill working face because of a smoldering or hot load that might be delivered to the landfill. To the extent that a hot load is identified before the waste has been deposited, there is a separate area off to the side of the daily working face where the wastes are deposited. It is surrounded by a U-shaped soil stockpile. The best solution to mitigate or to put out a fire that might be attributable to a hot load is then to cover it with soil. So additional soil stockpiles are also available near the working face for any hot load that might actually be undetected and then dumped onto the working face itself. There's an on-site water truck, 400 gallons capacity, and water storage out of ponds and the water supply that's available to the site for fast delivery if needed to the working face or other locations where fire might be needed. On-site staff is fully qualified. Republic Services, the specific site, has a fire mitigation plan incorporated into its operations plan of record. In addition, Republic Services has standard operating procedures that apply to all of their landfills nationwide and also apply to Coffin Butte landfill with regard to prevention and control of any landfill fires that might develop. And then there are, as part of those protocols, training of staff on a routine, at least annual basis, to make sure that the procedures, the standard operating procedures are understood and practiced. Turning to slide number 41, there are 3 areas of landfill fires that may develop. We'll talk about them in detail here on this slide. First is the working face, as we've discussed. The second is grass fires, and the third are gas well fires. So turning back to the working phase, as I described, usually the source of a fire that develops and this is the most common location of a landfill fire if it actually does occur. So it needs the most attention. Number 1, we limit the types of waste as received to make sure we don't have any ignitable or reactive waste that might be received. Number 2, as I've said before, we keep the size of the working face, that's the acreage of the exposed refuse, to the atmosphere as confined as humanly possible. Number 3, we apply daily cover to the working face at the close of each business day. So that's in accordance with US EPA, Oregon regulations to make sure that the waste is covered over. That starves off the oxygen supply that might be into the landfill and reduces the opportunity for a smoldering waste at the working face to develop after the daily cover has been applied. I talked before about the U-shaped soil stockpile that's adjacent to the working face for any hot load that is identified before waste deposition at the working face. I talked about the additional soil stockpiles that are kept nearby. If the waste is deposited at the working face and a fire develops, becomes apparent, then those soil stockpiles can be applied. Again, soil is the best remediation for any fire that is detected at the working face. We utilize on-site staff as the first line of defense, obviously. And most the fires that are addressed can be completely and competently handled by on-site staff. We notify Adair fire support for any additional supplemental support that may be necessary. The second area that's been talked about, obviously, and has potential for landfill fires would be grass fires. These could be either from off-site that may move on-site or that might be developed on-site. First of all, with those that may develop on-site, we keep on-site vehicles that are on paved and dirt roadways, not on any grassed areas. Catalytic converters and other hot components of vehicles can sometimes ignite a grass fire. That happens in other situations. That can't happen at Coffin Butte because those vehicles are excluded from running over grass areas. Number two, we use site roads and other non-grass surfaces as buffers. Generally speaking, around the perimeter of the landfill, there are non-grassed areas that make it more difficult for any fire on-site to move off-site, a grass fire, or for off-site grass fires to move on-site. Number three, we train on-site staff to quickly identify and to triage small fires related to non-working face or grass fires, to deploy water, and water is the best solution for grass fires on-site from the on-site truck and storage facility as needed. And lastly, to notify and get support from Adair fire support as may be needed. The third and final potential for landfill fires to develop on site are from landfill gas extraction wells. There is a gas management system on site which extracts gas from the landfill. These are the landfill gases, primarily methane and carbon dioxide, that are developed in an anaerobic decomposition situation inside the landfill. There are 300 approximately mostly vertical gas extraction wells, but also some horizontal wells. They collect via vacuum the landfill gas out of the landfill. They then direct that gas through horizontal piping, some of which is buried, some of which is above ground, back to a blower flare facility, where, as my colleague Jeff Ledford remarked before, there is an enclosed flare. There's an energy facility that receives most of the gas, but for excess gas, it is disposed in the enclosed flare that's located at the landfill. One of the problems with the development of gas well fires is if you overdraw the well, you create a large zone of influence that may break through the ground surface. That then has the potential for oxygen, for air to intrude within the landfill itself, and creating a spontaneous combustion situation, usually a low smoldering within the landfill in close proximity to the landfill. There's been no record of this, but there are control measures that are in place to make sure that the wells are operated properly fine-tuned and monitored in a manner that these spontaneous fires do not develop. But to the extent they do develop through routine gas monitoring, those fires subsurface would be identified. If the fire develops, we then adjust down the gas extraction volume to make sure we're not continuing to foster oxygen and atmosphere into the ground surface, or we may turn the well off entirely. We can then seal off the surface with additional soil to make sure that any oxygen and atmosphere does not continue to intrude into the subsurface. And on-site staff are currently trained and empowered to handle such situations if they would develop. In conclusion, if I could turn to slide 42, I have three conclusions as a result of my assessment report. First, as I've said, we've identified 3 areas where landfill fires could develop. The first and foremost, as for any landfill, is at the working face. There's some history, obviously, of those fires being addressed timely and either prevented or controlled properly. They could come from grassy areas, and there have been a couple of incidents of on-site grassy areas having a limited fire that was then extinguished with water by on-site staff. And also, as I've described, there's some potential in subsurface areas for a fire to develop spontaneously around a gas well. There is no history to date of any such fires being developed around gas extraction wells, that third category. Number 2, my conclusion is where Public Services has the plans, the standard operating procedures, the contingencies, and most importantly, the training in place to prevent fires and to quickly control them if they develop. And number 3 is that, in my final opinion, there is no significant risk to the public or the environment from landfill fires at Coffin Butte. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jim. We're now going to ask Stephanie James of Turnstone Construction to talk about wildlife habitat on the site. And she is online.
Hi, testing my audio, video. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Stephanie James. I am a wildlife biologist and I work for Turnstone Environmental. The address is 8638 North Lombard Street, Portland, Oregon. And Turnstone Environmental Consultants It's a local wildlife company with 2 offices in Portland and Philomath. And we were hired as a third-party consultant to perform wildlife studies at the landfill expansion project. I have a bachelor's degree from Oregon State University and a master's from Huxley College of the Environment at Western Washington. I've worked at Turnstone for over 20 years, and Turnstone conducts wildlife habitat assessments and protocol surveys for a variety of private and public land managers, including the BLM, the Forest Service, Bonneville Power Administration, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We also do work for Benton County, and we have been the primary contractor for conducting special status sensitive species surveys for the Oregon Department of Forestry since 1997. And we conducted surveys from 2022 through 2024. And as part of the assessment, we reviewed public comments and looked at comments regarding wildlife resources, and then worked with ODF&W, that's Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Oregon Department of Forestry staff biologists to get a monitoring plan for the species of most concern. And those were the great blue heron, deer and elk, and then also potential nesting of bald eagles. So we collaborated with the biologists at ODF&W and ODF for this monitoring plan, which includes 3 years of monitoring for the great blue heron at 2 known sites on the property, 2 years of monitoring for eagle behavior, and then a 1-year deer and elk habitat study and trail camera monitoring. In July 2024, we have a final report on wildlife studies, which is 88 pages long. And then also in August, there was a 12-page addendum rounding out to a nice 100 pages of reporting on our studies. But I will briefly walk you through the results of these surveys, starting with the great blue herons, which is on slide 44. There are 2 great blue heron resource sites that are located south of Coffin Butte Road, and one is within the expansion project area, and the other is closer to Highway 99 West. And for these surveys, first we walked through the habitat, mapped the nest sites, and then picked appropriate observation points where we could see a majority of the nests, and then monitored throughout their breeding season starting mid-February going through mid-August, and monitored once a month at both of the sites during good weather conditions. In the first year, we'll refer to these as the Western Rookery and the Eastern Rookery. It is the Western Rookery that's in the expansion area. In the Western Rookery, all 3 years, we saw no great blue herons using the nest, any of the stick nests. And we did see red-tailed hawks who have taken up residence in some of the abandoned stick nests. And that site, after 3 consecutive years of surveys, if there's no activity, then that site is considered abandoned under the Forest Practices Act. For the Eastern Rookery, during the first year, there were 13 stick nests that were all occupied for the first 3 visits. And then on June 1st, during that site visit, we observed no herons and 4 juvenile bald eagles scavenging in all of the stick nests. All subsequent surveys, that Eastern Rookery has been abandoned. However, it's not officially abandoned because it was active in the first year of survey. And you do need 3 consecutive years of survey to get abandoned. Potential reasons why it would have collapsed would be the bald eagle. The landfill does bring a lot of bald eagles to the site, which is the second part of our surveys. We also surveyed bald eagle habitat, and this would be the next slide also. Slide 45. We looked at behavior at the landfill site. We surveyed for 6 months over 2 years in 2022 and 2023, observing a almost consistent use of the area by bald eagles. In 2022, there was as many as 11 juveniles seen at one time. We recorded the greatest number of bald eagle adults seen at one time and the greatest number of juveniles seen at one time, and then also noted their behavior at the site. They're typically soaring or scavenging. In 2023, we saw consistently 4 juvenile bald eagles and 6 adult eagles every visit. That was 6 visits, surveying 4 hours per month. And 1 golden eagle was observed soaring in the study area on 1 occasion. The third part of our study was doing a habitat assessment and trail cameras for deer and elk, and the cameras were installed in late May 2022 and ran for 12 months straight. We also looked at the property. There's 804 acres owned by the landfill, and we looked at that as the core study area. And then we also looked at habitat within a 5-mile radius. And that 5-mile radius includes the E.E. Wilson Wildlife Area. It also includes the Dunn Forest, the Soap Creek Valley, the McDonald Forest, and the PV Arboretum. And that covers 67,000 acres. And we looked at the mapped habitat. The ODF&W has mapped habitat. All the habitat east of the highway is considered impacted habitat. The land itself, owned by Coffin Butte, is all considered peripheral habitat, which includes it provides important but not essential habitat. And then the areas in the Soap Creek Valley, the Dunn Forest, the McDonald Forest, those are all 27% of this broad assessment area. And that is major habitat, which provides essential habitat for non-migratory elk and deer. ODF&W also maps summer concentration areas and winter concentration areas that are essential habitat for migratory deer. And there were no summer concentration areas or winter concentration areas within that 5-mile study assessment area. And then the trail camera surveys, we saw about 1 black-tailed deer observation per day. It does seem to be year-round habitat. Almost every day there was 1 or 2 deer on the cameras. And we got 3 big detections for elk. There was a single cow and calf in November. I'm sorry, late August and early December. There was a small herd of 16 elk in November for 11 days. And then over a 2-day period, there was a large herd of up to 46 elk. And that was in the expansion area. And they were there for a 2-day period in January. Other large mammal species that were occasionally seen at the Coffin Butte expansion area were bobcats, cougars, coyotes, raccoons, and striped skunks. And so the trail camera study backed up the mapped habitat that it is peripheral year-round habitat for deer and elk, occasionally used by elk, does not seem to be a major travel corridor, and that the study area provides cover and forage for deer and elk that are important but not essential. And that concludes the wildlife study reporting.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff Shepard to talk about the seismic stability.
Thank you. Again, Jeff Shepard, Civil and Environmental Consultants. For seismic slope stability, we perform engineering analysis to evaluate how the landfill slopes will react to anticipated horizontal accelerations at the site. The United States Environmental Protection Agency outlines procedures for evaluating a landfill's seismic slope stability under RCRA Subtitle D, Section 258. The USGS Earthquake Hazard Toolbox provides information related to seismic forces and how to incorporate them into stability models. The Earthquake Hazard Toolbox is based on past seismic events that have occurred near the site at various magnitudes and epicenter rupture distances. For design purposes, earthquake magnitudes that have a probability to occur in approximately 2,475 years are considered. For reference, the International Building Code and the United States Army Corps of Engineers also specify a 2,475 year return period for the design of buildings and dams, respectively. Using the site-specific properties and the seismic motion parameters developed from public available sources, our analysis provides a factor of safety. The factor of safety is a measure of the forces resisting failure to forces driving failure. I think we should be on slide 49. Yes, 49. In our analysis, we target a minimum seismic factor of safety of 1.0 or greater. A factor of safety greater than 1.0 indicates that the forces resisting movements are greater than the forces driving movement, and therefore there should be no damage to the landfill liner system. However, it is not always realistic to achieve a factor of safety greater than 1.0. In instances where the seismic factor of safety is less than 1.0, this does not mean there will be a catastrophic failure, only that some movement or deformation will occur. In this case, we perform another analysis, a deformation analysis, to estimate how much the liner system components will displace during the design seismic event. Modern polyethylene geomembranes are able to elongate about 13% before yielding occurs. Based on industry research and publications, the liner systems for landfills should remain intact and functional with less than 12 inches of permanent deformation. Slide 50. I think this is the last slide. For the Coffin Butte Landfill, we will utilize data sets provided by the United States Geologic Survey National Seismic Hazard Model. The model includes historical data from a number of earthquakes of varying magnitude and rupture distance from the site. These various earthquakes, magnitudes and distances are evaluated to see which results in the largest design value for acceleration at the project site. Shown here is a 3D disaggregation bar chart showing earthquake magnitudes and distances considered in the data set to be considered for the proposed Coffin Butte landfill. The largest earthquake considered in this data set for the site was a magnitude 9.28 earthquake. The earthquake with the largest contribution to the design values was the magnitude 9.12 earthquake occurring at a rupture distance of 51 kilometers from the site. The seismic design will meet the factor of safety target even in the worst case scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. That concludes our presentation. We're happy to take questions. Oh, sorry about that. Let me turn it over to the boss.
Thanks, Jeff. Just as a reminder, my name is Brian Roop. I work for Republic Services. Hey, just first of all, I appreciate you sticking with us through that technical presentation. I know there was a lot of technical information, and look forward to some questions and answers to maybe help kind of maybe distill down some of that information so you guys can kind of better understand it. Because I know for me, it was a lot of numbers and percentages. So happy to do that. I think I wanted to touch on three main points as we kind of wrap things up. As Brett kicked this presentation off, this is a culmination, or the application is a culmination of 3 years of work, really closely working with both Benton County and the community. You know, some of the things that we have done, and hopefully these things show up in our application, was the work that was done over 9 months with Benton County Talks Trash. There was 218 findings and recommendations that were identified through that process, and 94% of those were found. There was consensus found on those. You know, some of those items include some of the really important things like improving Coffin Butte Road versus removing it. We talked a little bit about the changes that we plan to make on ongoing odor and noise monitoring, amongst other things that you'll see throughout the application. In addition, staff highlighted a pre-application meeting, and post that pre-application meeting, we had 3 community meetings as well, 2 in person here in Benton County and 1 virtual. And then subsequent meetings with Benton County and consultants to try to take feedback and best, I guess, explain and position our application. Those were done in December, January, and February, and all of that feedback was applied in this application. Obviously, we talked about some of the needed work that still needs to get done, and we plan to do that. I just think we've done everything under our control to kind of take feedback from Benton County and include it in this application. We plan to do that with the upcoming feedback. The second thing is just obviously the rumor is we're about to hear a lot of public testimony. And so maybe just a couple points on that. A lot of it is going to be very applicable to this application. Some of it may not be as directly applicable, and I know that'll be a really hard thing for y'all to discern, but I would just ask that you do your best to try to distill that out and listen and apply the public testimony that applies to the criteria. In addition, I know there is a lot of very passionate and articulate folks that are going to talk through some information and provide that to y'all. At the end of the day, judging by comments and looking at kind of distinct contributors, overall, it's about 0.2% of the 97 or so thousand folks that represent Benton County. And I'd ask that, as you render and deliberate on a decision, that you think about the entirety of the county and not just the 200 or so folks that have submitted public testimony so far. And then lastly, I know a lot of the major topics of conversation have centered around environmental concerns of the landfill, and there's no doubt about it, we agree, and those are the kind of complicated and important issues that we manage every day, regardless of the outcome of this hearing. However, maybe I just flip the frame a little bit in terms of perspective and think about it this way. If the commitment here is to be the best stewards of the environment as possible, and then maybe doesn't it make sense for Benton County to keep some of this volume here in Benton County, where you not only have a very concerned and educated citizen group, you have a county that's very involved and somebody who's willing to partner with you at the landfill, as opposed to that volume being pushed out of Benton County where that may not happen. So as I mentioned before, we're confident that we can address staff's concerns around some of the noise and odor, as well as successfully work through some of the other feedback that I know we are going to get. And due to that, I think we'll have a very strong application to show that the expansion isn't going to add any undue impact to adjacent parcels or to the character of the area. And we would urge the commission to approve this application.
Thank you, Mr. Roop. Thank you, Mr. Condit, and all of your colleagues. As with the staff report, I'm going to offer time to each of the planning commissioners to ask their questions. I did in order alphabetically for the staff report, so I'm going to reverse things and do reverse alphabetical order and turn the floor over to Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Fowler, and thank you to the presentation. I noticed as I was taking notes and marking things off, you managed to answer a number of the questions that I had already prepared after reading your presentation. I'm going to try to go chronologically so that it bounces to the appropriate individual with the presentation. And I have to apologize that as I've come to this process with this particular application, if this information was previously out there, I was not currently aware. But going back to, there was the original 2021 proposal and now your current proposal, you indicate that with the current proposal, you're looking at end of life for the landfill is 2052, if that's correct. If what is the end of life expectation of the landfill without the expansion?
Yeah, so maybe I'll take that and I'll clarify, and then I can have somebody else correct me where I'm wrong. But here's how I would explain that. So 2052 isn't necessarily the last time that we would place waste. That was associated with the odor, and so I think by the time we place final waste, cap the landfill, that waste is decomposed, and the major contributing gases are coming out is 2052. To answer your question around the life of the landfill, this is also based on current volume and density, which can obviously vary. So right now we have about 10 to 11 years left of life without the expansion. The expansion is estimated 6 years.
Great, thank you. And then the next question relates to, again, the difference between the first application and this one is that you changed the slope, the grade slope from, well, by 90 feet. Could you explain, or could it be explained what the difference is between what that difference does in terms of the slope of the landfill in that expansion area?
So maybe just clarifying how the slope of the expansion impacts something, or why the slope is different from the prior.
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Okay. I will turn this over to Jeff Shepard to talk a little bit about the design of the landfill and why the specifics are on why the design is such and the difference.
I think that in the 2021 application, the landfill was going over Coffin Butte Road, and the bottom area of the landfill was much wider, which allowed us to go up at 3-to-1 slopes a higher amount. When we reduced the expansion to just on the south side of Coffin Butte Road, that footprint became much smaller. So therefore, at 3-to-1 slopes, we can only go up so high before we reach an elevation that's the top of the landfill. So that's the difference between the two elevations, is that sort of horizontal area and height. So that's the difference.
Okay. And then are you using the ridge behind the expansion area as the maximum height of the expansion area?
I think it's maybe 30 feet higher than the existing ridge, but I would have to double check that.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Many of the other questions I think were answered with a great deal of specificity and clarity, and I thank you. One of the questions that relates to the gas generation that is a process of the decomposition from the landfill, and you've explained and talked about the gas and the gas flares. Are there any intentions, regardless of whether there's an expansion or not, is Republic planning on doing any type of cogeneration or subsequent use of the gas from the landfill other than just flare burn off?
Yeah, so I can answer that. Right now we do, and actually most of the gas, probably 2/3 of it is currently being used by PNGC, which is a current utility company on the landfill. In addition, right now we're working through that. They would, and we would like to partner with them to change that from kind of generating electricity to something that could take more capacity of landfill gas, actually scrub that gas and put it back into the pipeline. So, I mean, there's still a lot of things to work through, and it's certainly at the infancy stages of those conversations, but that is something that we're currently working through with PNGC.
So it's my understanding is that you're working with someone that is using a portion of the gas that's already generated from the decomposition, but they can't use all of it that's currently being generated.
Yeah, right now they're not currently utilizing all of it. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And part of the improvement of that plant would be then to create more capacity at it, right? So they could use more of it.
Great, thank you. And and I know this is a bit out of order. In the discussion of the water, you indicated in the report that you described the landfill as not being a producer, but a receiver of leachate. Could you clarify? In other words, if I were just from a layman's perspective, I'm seeing that the landfill with percolate water coming through or water that is decomposing from the landfill itself, that's actually being generated by the landfill. So I'm trying to figure out the language there.
Yeah, I believe that's a typo. It should be Coffin Butte Landfill is not a producer of PFAS. It's a receiver.
Okay, so that was meant to be a reference to a particular chemical
within the
byproduct and not the leachate itself.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
We generate our leachate. The PFAS that's within it comes from the waste stream that decomposes. So that's how you create PFAS. It's not from the degradation of waste. It was already in the waste that we receive.
Okay, so and that's what you mean by you're not a producer of that particular byproduct.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Chair Fowler, I think that concludes the questions I have so far.
Thank you. And again, continuing in reverse alphabetical order, presuming that Commissioner Struthers has not signed in online. As not, we'll move then to Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. So I'm afraid I have a lot of questions and I'm going to fumble around, but I'm doing the best I can. So I would like to pursue the question of the timeline for this expansion and the life of the facility. So you say that the existing life is 10 or 11 years. Cell 6 is the quarry, right? Have you moved into cell 6 yet?
Yes, at the end of 2024, and I believe it was January of 2025, we submitted our CQA report for cell 6A, which is the easternmost part of that quarry cell, our quarry cell area, and we are beginning to build out that quarry area.
Very good, thank you. So then this new area south of Coffin Butte would not be required for 10 or 11 years? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's our intent to build out the quarry area just from operational and, with environmental compliance reasons that we would want to build out that full northernmost part, close that, and while closing it, move into the southern area. So we'll stop operation, then move south.
Thank you. So on page 13, I may be very confused about all this, but in the discussion of noise, if I understood anywhere near correctly, one of the staff comments or concerns was the location that sound was being measured or modeled And I'm wondering if that has already been addressed in the material you're providing, or if that's something you still need to, or still working on. I mean, already in this packet, I haven't seen what you provided on the 29th yet. I just haven't looked at it yet.
Commissioner Lee, thank you for the question. That's not coming to mind for me, any specific concerns about where the analysis was conducted.
I think maybe what Commissioner Lee is referring to is that location 4 was the location that maybe was called out in the staff report. And I think to answer your question, we have submitted some more information, but that's part of what we're still working on. So we haven't gotten to full conclusion on, whether we can, I think, work through maybe some of the terms in the analysis and also what other mitigation steps can we take to help lessen the impact.
Thank you.
It's just to further clarify, noise analysis was conducted at all receiving noise sensitive receptors. The 4 locations that you see in the noise study and that we've been talking about tonight and you saw in the figure during the noise presentation were the monitoring locations where we assessed increase to existing conditions. Sound levels were predicted at all noise sensitive adjacent sites.
Okay.
Just in case that's helpful.
I have a question about page 21, odor modeling. You talk about, you assess multiple emission sources, including fugitive, flare, and tipper working face emissions. So I understand, help me understand what fugitive means in this case.
Yeah, so basically the way to think about it is landfill gas is generated, total landfill gas is generated in the landfill. 75% of it, roughly, is collected and sent to the engines that are operated, by PNGC and the flare, and the other 25% is emitted fugitively up from the from the landfill surface.
Right.
Fugitive is kind of just a term for the landfill gas that isn't collected. It's coming out of the landfill surface, regardless of how much cover you put on it.
Okay, so what I was concerned about was evidence that there are places where the cover is just not, the temporary cover, not the permanent final cover, but it's just not there. It's been deteriorated or degraded to the point where the landfill has maybe vegetation growing from it, or there's photographs in the public testimony where the tarp that covers the landfill and the soil that's supposed to cover that are simply absent. So I'm wondering if your model takes that into consideration.
Okay, so first of all, as far as finding holes like that you're talking about, areas that are not properly controlling it, we have quarterly surface emission monitoring that's required at the landfill, where they're walking the surface of the landfill and checking for high methane levels. And then you're required to fix those areas within certain time frames. So that's how you cover just any kind of like holes that could potentially happen like that. And the tarp, just a tarp being removed is not what we're talking about. Like the tarp is usually more used for keeping leachate or water out of the landfill. The actual cover underneath that is a lot more like thicker soil, to my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. So your model doesn't take that into account?
Yeah, in general, with surface emission monitoring, consider it in there to, you're considering that the entire waste surface is roughly emitting equally in every, in every area of the landfill.
Okay. So here's a question. Page 26, you talk about, oh, I wish I could remember what you said, but you experimented in your model with the traffic model where you modeled the amount of traffic that's being generated, and you actually modeled for a 50% increase. And it's still, and your traffic model still was really ample. But this led me to think about the concerns about if the expansion is approved according to the franchise agreement, the cap on the tonnage limit is lifted. And then, so is there a way, or can you address that issue where that would lead to an unknown amount of increased traffic? And have you modeled that? Have you addressed that in your application?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm actually glad you brought it up because I saw it in some of the public comments as well. And so I would like to take a quick pause to address it. So when you're looking at traffic and you're looking at the lifespan of this expansion cell, this has about 6 years of landfill life. If nothing changes and population grows, what we're seeing in the modeling from Benton County's own projections and Lynn County's projections as well is growth somewhere in the 1% per year range. So you could see the traffic generally increasing about 1% per year over the next, let's say 10 years. So a 10% increase in traffic. When I took a 50% increase in traffic, it was intended to look at not just the population change and the sufficiency of these intersections to handle that traffic, any interaction between the north and south side of the road from the transfer trucks being brought over or whatnot, as well as regional operations, seasonal fluctuations. If there's a wildfire, if there's additional waste that needs to be brought in for some temporary reason, this system is not operating on the precipice of its capacity. There's ample capacity here. And so that's why I took that much more conservative analysis. But I think what's important to note too, with the tonnage limit, is if you change the tonnage limit, you're not having the same level of residential traffic. And you have to remember that if a pickup truck comes into the landfill to dump, that might be 400 pounds or 600 pounds of solid waste. If a transfer truck comes in, that might be 25 or 30 tons. So trips and tons are not linear. And part of my traffic study was looking at some other studies of other landfills that increased their tonnage limits as well. And what they found was it was not a linear increase in trips. In fact, it was a very low increase in trips because these are large trucks with a very high amount of tonnage that are coming from more distant areas. But residential traffic isn't going to drive 3 hours to Coffin Butte Landfill. So you're not having this high number of small trips. And so that's really what I'd want to say about the tonnage limit is it's not a linear change.
Okay, so I kind of get that there's two kinds of trips: the personal homeowner trips and the bigger trucks. But if a tonnage cap is lifted, what about the scenario, the business plan that Republic Service could expand its regional? It's already reported to serve 30% of Oregon. So what if it expanded further than that? What if it just decided there's no cap, we have space, so why don't we offer our services more broadly, in which case there would be more of those big trucks? And so I'm just concerned about, I'm trying to think through that and wondering if your models are working through that.
Yeah, hey, let me jump in, maybe Commissioner Lee. So, because maybe I can talk to more on the business side. Joe's obviously the traffic expert, but I think from our perspective, and the waste shed area that's around Coffin Butte Landfill, at some point you get far enough away, it's just not economically feasible to bring waste here, even if we wanted it. And I think right now that Coffin Butte is accepting what is reasonably expected to come outside of organic growth. So even without the tonnage cap, we wouldn't see big incremental volume growth, barring some sort of, wildfire scenario or other things like that may be one time in nature, but not ongoing waste acceptance.
Okay. Thank you. So my next question is on page 28 regarding operational considerations about groundwater, I think. So your map shows the development area and the areas pointing that the water flow is essentially north and east. And your statement says separated from adjoining properties by topography, height. That sort of doesn't include Wilson, E.O. Wilson wildlife areas. It's listed or shown on the maps in the staff report as an adjoining property. There is no ridge. There is no topography height limiting groundwater movement in that case. I'm wondering if you'd like to comment on that.
I'm not sure I quite understand Commissioner Lee.
Okay, it just says topographical features.
Right.
Groundwater flows in multiple directions, including northerly and away from adjoining properties. It does
Yes.
not flow away from Wilson, which is E.O. Wilson Wildlife Area, which is an adjoining property.
On the east side of 99 West, correct?
That's right.
Yes. We would have to look at that and get back to you on an answer for that.
Thank you. So. So that was my comment there. Okay.
Hey, Jeff Shepherd, maybe as a follow-up question to that, would we expect the landfill expansion, though, to change water flow on the east side of 99?
I would not think so, no.
So the next question I have is regarding page 30. See if I can make sense of my own notes here. Okay, my questions regarding life of the liner. I wish I could remember everything. Let's see. The bottom, it says the bottom composite liner to contain leachate generated during waste decomposition. And then there's a secondary collection system. It says leachate collection and recovery system that transports liquid for treatment at a nearby wastewater treatment plant. So this led me to think about two things. The longevity of life of that liner and the secondary liner versus the amount of time in which leachate will be formed, created, collected. In other words, what's the lifespan of the liners versus what's the amount of time that leachate is expected to be generated at the site?
Commissioner Lee, there has been thousands and thousands of hours of testing conducted on HDPE geomembrane using leachate from landfills. And most of the conclusions indicate that the HDPE geomembrane will last significantly longer than the production of leachate during the landfill. As the landfill is operated, it is producing leachate, but once the landfill is closed and a cap is placed on, which has a geomembrane in it, that leachate will slowly decrease as there's not any more rainwater coming in. So as it goes through the closure and post-closure period, leachate is decreasing. Therefore, there's not nearly as much contact between the HDPE geomembrane and leachate.
So you don't have durations, you don't have timelines for those?
I don't have timelines off the top of my head, no.
So again, on page 30, the third bullet under primary landfill design, it says interim and final cover systems to limit precipitation and stormwater from coming into contact with waste. So this led me to think about the use of the incinerator ash that is apparently used as an interim cover. And there's discussion or evidence or concern that that incinerator ash contains heavy metals or biohazards. So can you describe that?
It's not used as interim or final cover. It's used as alternate daily cover. So at the end of the day, it comes in, it did come in. We're not using it any longer because the burner in Marion County is done, but it was approved by DEQ as an alternate daily cover instead of dirt or tarps. And so, you know, it's like it's put on and then the next day we go right back, but it's not used as interim or final cover.
I used the wrong word there, but so is it covered, if it's used as interim cover on a daily basis, where does it, a week later, where is it? Is it still on top or is it under a tarp or where is it?
It would be 10 feet down.
Okay. Okay, page, let's see, doesn't have a page number. Must be 31. It's on the last bullet, you talk about testing groundwater. You tested for 60 volatile organic compounds. Did you test for heavy metals or PFAS?
We test for heavy metals. I don't believe we test for PFAS.
No, yeah, ODDQ does not at this point have any regulations for groundwater monitoring and PFAS as one of those contaminants.
Are the results of those tests, how do you have to do, how do you get information about what the results of those tests are?
Yeah, so we hire a third-party company to go to each of our monitoring wells semi-annually or twice a year. They then take those samples to a certified lab, and we get our consultant gets the information back and creates an annual environmental monitoring report, which is then submitted to the state.
The state, okay.
Yep. And that's public record and to the county.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I've got another one that doesn't have a page on it. Must be 33. So naturally occurring arsenic. So what think I'm reading here is that arsenic is naturally occurring. It occurs at varying rates, but it also looks like you're using the presence or absence of arsenic or changes in the baseline readings as an indicator of leachate. So why do you use arsenic as the kind of canary in the coal mine when it's naturally occurring? Aren't there other things you could monitor for that would not have this other varying naturally occurring presence? Or am I completely misinterpreting what this says?
No, I think that the discussion about arsenic sort of goes back to the Benton County Talks Trash procedures in the committees that were formed there, and the talk about arsenic and how the landfill was contributing to the arsenic in the groundwater. That's, I think, where this discussion came from.
So essentially the presence or absence or the increase or decrease in leachate is not being used as an indicator. The presence or absence of arsenic is not being used as an indicator of a leachate leak.
No.
Okay, that's kind of what it kind of reads like there. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking so long, guys. So in terms of leachate and how it's dealt with, can you describe, I mean, leachate is a soup, right? A mixture of biomaterials and metals and chemicals like PFAS. When it gets treated, how much of it is actually treated versus, or how much of it, or I mean, how many different kinds of these components are really treated versus how much is essentially just diluted?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you would really have to, look at our disposal partners. They have discharge permits, and I can't really speak to City or Salem or Corvalis's individual discharge permits for constituent and levels. And a lot of that has to do with, you have your concentration at a milligram per liter or nanogram per liter, and then you also have your flow, and that kind of shows your loading on a pound per day. Because if you know that you have so much weight of that material per liter and you're putting so many liters out, you can kind of get, milligrams and transfer that into pounds. So I can't really talk on what their discharge permit is on a loading basis. But with our discharge permit to them, we have a set number of parameters. I think there's about 8 or 10 of them, and we are always well within, that maximum standard. We're always well below that.
That's the reason. So I'm pounding on this topic because, EQ is supposed to be our partner in this, and they're not here to answer questions. And so it leaves us feeling like we need more information. Okay, page 37. So your first bullet there says screening limits visibility from most public sightlines. And I want to ask the question, I don't know the answer to this. What is the screening requirement or the intent? Is it screening from public sightlines or adjacent properties? I mean, I think if you stood at, say, for instance, Wilson Wildlife Refuge, you'd see the existing Coffin Butte. So is the screening, is your goal for screening limiting from public sightlines, just the road? Is that what your goal is? And that's what this is all about?
Well, I think the screening would help reduce the visual sites from probably the E.E. Wilson wildlife area as well as the trees mature and become higher.
So, page 39, it talks about the things you accept at Coffin Butte Landfill. And it says you accept only municipal solid waste. So that means you don't accept waste from industry or from agriculture? Is that what that means? No?
We accept go ahead, Jim, if you want to, or I can.
I'll start, Brent, and you can add on. We're classified as a municipal solid waste landfill. And so, as I mentioned, it's a combination of certainly residential and commercial waste and also industrial waste, to the extent those industrials are non-hazardous and pass the very robust waste acceptance program that Republic has. So they don't want to accept anything that will be problematic in terms of the operation or the environmental security of the landfill. So there are industrial waste that are received, but they're very carefully screened and many are rejected.
Okay, so we have evidence in the public testimony that maybe, I don't know where it's coming from, but TVs and computers and stuff like that is, and other stuff that wouldn't be, that would be considered hazardous are going through. And then the statement from the public testimony was that a person pursued this with the person at the gate saying, that guy ahead of me had bad stuff in it. And the response was, well, we can't do anything about that. So is that what you expect the result to be?
No. So, I mean, look, I hate to say it, but people are going to be people, right? They can hide something if they want to hide it. But our operators are trained to, monitor as they're compacting. If they see tires, if they see electronics, if they see those kinds of things, they do get out and pull them out. We have electronic recycling at the landfill. We've got it at all of our hauling divisions. And we have people at the scale house that are monitoring loads as they come in. But as well as I do, people can hide stuff. And I don't know why they would do it, because we take that stuff for free at all of our recycling depots. So I don't know why they would do it. But We definitely monitor it and we take it seriously. We work with Oregon eCycle. And so all of our electronics from all of our recycle depots get recycled.
Okay, thank you. So I'm getting kind of tired. I can't remember where I read it. I read something that used the term explosive methane. So I'm looking at page 40 and thinking about fire. I read something about used the term explosive methane. In other words, probably a lot of methane. And I'm wondering, just looking at fire danger and the presence of that methane, I guess I need a little primer on how flammable methane is. And if it were a hot summer day and there was a lot of methane and there was a lightning strike, what would be the impact?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll go first, and then Brent and Brett, you can add to that. So methane is a combustible gas first and foremost. It basically methane, which is 50% of the landfill gas that is generated. The rest of it is carbon dioxide. I think we all know that that's the gas we exhale after oxygen has been consumed in our bodies. Methane is natural gas, basically. So when you receive natural gas in your home, it's nearly 100% methane. Methane is a combustible gas under any circumstances. It is explosive only under certain circumstances. It has to be between 5 and 15% concentration in air. A source of ignition needs to be provided, and sufficient oxygen must be provided so that it is explosive. So there are, our experience with the combustibility of landfill gas and the explosive nature is it's really non-problematic as far as landfill fires. So we don't have methane-induced explosions, certainly, or fires that are in the landfill. So when we have the kinds of fires that I spoke of before, they're totally devoid of any connection to methane whatsoever. They're simply the combustion of perhaps waste at the working face because a hot load has been brought in. It ignites other waste that might be suggested to it. It's oxidizing in the atmosphere with the presence of oxygen. It has nothing to do with methane. So methane generally is an issue for landfills, but it's non-problematic in our experience for explosion or fire at landfills.
Okay, thanks. Page 42. Evidently, there were 3 fires at Coffin Butte in 2024. I wondered if the monitoring measures for fire at Coffin Butte were the ones that detected those fires, or were they detected by people outside of Coffin Butte?
Yeah, let me go first, and then Brett, go ahead. Brett or Brent?
No, you can go ahead. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. Okay,
well, go ahead.
So to my knowledge, there were 3 fires, and I think you know the answer. In these cases, so in 2 of the cases, it was a grass fire near the open flares, and those were reported by somebody passing by, and we were on site just shortly after Adair Village arrived as well. Both those fires were, we believe, started from, we farmed the field right next to that. And so when the grass, there was like remnant grass blew up into the open flare, but the open flares don't exist anymore. So we feel like that's been remedied. The other fire was at the working face. We were aware of the fire. We used our normal practice to put it out. It happened at the end of the day, and the operators thought that they had it distinguished and smothered, but it was right at the edge of the working face, and it created another hot spot, and it did burn up some hydraulic lines on the tipper, and that was right after we left, and Adair responded, and then we were there. I mean, literally, our operations manager had just left. He turned around and came back. We put it out, and it was fine. So yes, there were 3 fires.
Thank you. So I'm on page 46. I don't know the requirement, but if Roosevelt elk migrate through that area, what is the requirement for mitigating that? There's evidence that Roosevelt elk do migrate through that area.
Am I on? Hi, the requirement for for it being it was not found to be a major zone of migrating. There's also a lot of fencing around the actual landfill site where the leachate is, and we did not find it to be a major migratory pathway. They're the resident elk that are mostly in the Soap Valley and in the forested areas, and are not migrating to the east through across the highway, and that they're mostly just large herds that are using that major habitat area, and that the landfill itself is peripheral habitat, is what our study concluded.
Right, but the people who live there and are there all the time have noted that there are Roosevelt elk that do move and ebb and flow through that area on a regular basis. So I'm wondering how you balance the fact that you didn't see it because you were there in a specific dates and you did your job and that was good. But the people who live there, they live there and see it all the time, so they reported something else. I'm wondering what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, we conclude that it's peripheral habitat, and it was not found to be a major corridor, at least right through those forested areas where we monitored for trail cameras for a year and looked at those areas.
One thing you didn't mention was the archaeological report, which noted that there were sites, Native American sites, one of which was, I believe, qualified for the National Register. And it talked about recommending monitoring. And it did not, of course, map those sites. That's not, I understand that's not done. So can you just describe verbally where those sites were in relationship to this development, and explain what does it mean monitoring them? What's that process? What does it result in?
As I understand with the archaeological study, the locations of those are not available to the public.
Yes, I realize that.
So they are, one of them will be in the area where the new scales will be, and it will be buried in accordance with the agreement with the Grand Rand Tribe of Oregon. The monitoring will consist of having a licensed archaeologist on site during construction, and they will be monitoring the top 24 to 36 inches of soil removal to see if there are any other potential artifacts located in the expansion area.
And if there are?
They will do what archaeologists do. They will record them, and if there's something significant, then they will report it to the state agency, SHPO, and we will have to deal with that if it happens.
Is that material left on site then, or is it preserved, or what happens?
I would have to ask the archaeologists about that and get back to you.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. And just a couple of comments. Commissioner Fulford will be next for our IT folks. Commissioner Cash is on deck, and so if we can get her prepared with her microphone on. I'll also note that it's 8:50. Very likely we're going to go past 9 o'clock. Our applicant has a number of expert resources, I assume from out of town, and so I want to be sure that we don't create greater imposition on the applicant. And so we'll continue with our questioning for as long as we need to, so we don't need to hold over the resources into our next meeting. So for the public, this is very likely to go beyond 9 o'clock. I apologize for that, but I want to be sure that we are able to provide all of the questions to the applicant while they have the resources conveniently here in town. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So Commissioner Fulford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Fowler. Do have some questions and want to make a statement. Republic Services, thank you for partnering with us and working with us over these years. Obviously, Benton County talks trash, very intensive. This application process, obviously very intensive. So I appreciate you all coming and working with us. One of the things, and Mr. Condit, I appreciated you early on talking about DEQ and kind of where it fits in the process. And I know I spoke a lot about groundwater last night, and I'll probably do the same tonight, but I do understand where it fits in. My concern is sometimes DEQ maybe not be, doesn't necessarily hit on all cylinders all the time, right? And sometimes it's up to us to make sure that we put in boundaries or requirements that make sure we get what we need out of it as a community, right? So the main thing I was talking about before was the leachate going to the wastewater facilities in Salem and Corvallis. Adair Village does have a bill that's out there, 3939, that is supposed to be an advanced wastewater treatment plant. I would like to, and maybe this is a condition of approval, that Republic Services works with the city of Adair and works through how that partnership or that would work, because obviously, you know, this is more strategic is, you know, we got PFAS today, maybe it's something else tomorrow, but if you sit down and make sure the requirements are captured and tracked appropriately, that when that facility does come online, that we're getting not 80%, you know, mostly diluted into the Willamette, but 99% or whatever the state of the art is. And if we don't talk, obviously, we might miss some requirements or some quick, easy, low-hanging fruit that we could get when we, you know, and I would think also you guys would prefer shipping across the street compared to Salem or Corvallis for that matter, right? Probably cheaper and quicker and less accidents and less risk all the way around. So probably enough on that, but I think conditional approval would probably be smart. I know there's quite a few questions that got covered, and I'll try to be quick. I know it's late. One question, 100-year flood, what does that look like, or a 1,000-year flood? How does the system work and protect our groundwater from an activity set or event such as that?
The landfill is not located in the 100-year flood plain or flood zone.
So no concern ever that we'd get a ton of rain and we'd overflow the kind of like, what was it, Fukushima, right? They were pretty good too, right?
Like I said, we're not located in the 100-year floodplain or flood zone. So if that occurred, the landfill would not be impacted.
All right. I do have some questions. Mr. Vestman, really on the traffic flow, I thought that was really good that the residential doesn't change. I am still a little confused on the commercial flow. I've been there quite a few times, you know, dumping things personally myself. So we have the scale house that goes in when the commercial trucks come in the new proposed model. They go through the scale house. Do they loop back around and then come back down? Where's that turnaround for them? I'm a little confused on where that's at.
Yes, I believe it's right around the current dumping site. So they have a big wide radius to make that maneuver. And Jeff, let me know if I've got that.
We'll go around the public where the public drops off on the Z-walls, and then sort of like they're heading towards the top of the existing, and then they'll come down a ramp, and then that brings them right back to to the intersection of Coffin Butte and the entrance. And from there, they will then turn right onto Coffin Butte Road, and within a few hundred feet, dive into a left turn lane, and then turn left into the expansion area where they will go in and dispose of their waste. And then there's going to be a new scale added
in that location where they will weigh out.
Okay.
Hit Coffin Butte, turn right again and go to 99 West and then go wherever they go.
All right, that makes sense. I'm looking through my questions. A lot of these been covered. One of the things on the odor side, daily log tracking management. I think Mr. Condit, you mentioned that so you could be responsive and not have to wait for the government to tell you that you got a problem, right? On the noise side, is there some other or similar plan on that front?
The proposed condition of approval requires us to do an updated noise study every 3 years and submit it to the county. And if it determines that the noises that exceeding the DEQ requirements, we're required to mitigate.
And how sensitive are you guys? If you're getting a lot of calls from a particular area, would you then go, hey, I know it's within the 3 years, but should we make some adjustments?
Yeah, so obviously we'd be responsive to, neighboring residents and customers around the site. And so if, just like any scenario changing, if something was emerging that we hadn't been experiencing before, we would address it.
Right, thank you. One of the questions on the landfill end date, right, is 2043. Is that optimistic or conservative? Is there a range? We've seemed to have missed, and I get it, right? Lots of variables, lots of changes, lots of different things. Right now we're shooting for 2043. Do you feel confident about that? Or is that an optimistic number? Do you think it might be closer to like maybe 2037?
I think as the landfill is currently constructed,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think that is a good estimate. I don't know that it's either conservative or overly aggressive. I think it's kind of a very fair assessment as we can calculate both the volume that is coming in now and at the density that it's coming in at.
Any concerns that'll actually speed up more than 30 or 2037?
I mean, unless there was some sort of event that caused some unknown volume that we weren't aware, couldn't predict right now, that could happen. I think the organic growth has been factored into some of the volume estimates.
All right, cool. Thank you. I do have a wildlife question on the eagles. Any concern about the eagles? They seem to be kind of loving the place.
Oh,
Miss James?
I'm,
There's-
hi. You can hear me, I suppose.
Yes.
The
We
eagle
gotcha.
use at the landfill, it was very consistent. There was a lot of scavenging going on, and we did not see any nesting behavior on any of the visits for those 4-hour observation periods. And we did witness some roosting up on top of Coffin Butte Hill in that tree line, but no nesting behaviors, which would be the biggest concern. And then also scavenging on the heron nests was pretty obvious on that.
So no concerns on the eagles?
No concerns on eagles, no nesting behavior. We did have the one golden eagle that was apparently traveling through.
That's great. All right. Well, thank you. And I appreciate the responses. Chairman Fowle. Thank you very much. To Commissioner Cash online.
Can you hear me?
We can, and perhaps you can turn on your camera if you don't already have it on.
Oh, I'll see what I could do. I may not have enough Wi-Fi to support that. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Is that working?
It is. Go ahead.
Okay, so I may have to turn that off if my Wi-Fi starts to drop. I live out here in the hills, so It's not exactly technology central. So far, I don't have any questions that other people haven't already asked. So I will just cede the floor to some more of your excellent questions. Thank you for the report. I was able to get a copy and look that over before the meeting. And I appreciate the thorough presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cash. Commissioner Bisco.
Thank you, Chair Fowler. I was told that last time around my comments were not heard very well, so I'm going to try and speak up here. You can let me know if you can't hear me this time. I've been taking notes all the way through this. I do have a series of questions. I'll do my best to try to keep them in order chronologically, but I've also written down a few as we have had other commissioners ask questions. I do want to just share with this group just briefly that I was a member of the Benton County Talks Trash Work Group. So I have the history that goes back to that from the start of that work group. And part of the subcommittee that looked at the conditional use permits for the full history of the landfill, as well as some of the prehistory and the compliance of that. So some of my questions root from that. So bear with me as we work through this. I'd like to turn to page 3 of the Coffin Butte Landfill application that was presented to us. For those of you that do not have access to that, it sounds like you can locate that, but I'm referring to this page 3. To the applicant and your team, when I look at this map, I see a quarry that's delineated. I see the existing landfill and the proposed expansion parcel. My question is when I just look at square footage might be the way to say this, or just impact the footprint, if you will, of this aerial view, it looks like cell 6, which I understand to be the quarry cell, and the proposed expansion are similar in size when combined to the current existing landfill. I have a couple questions related to that visual. So my first question is the quarry, the extent of the quarry of cell 6 going to be, is cell 6 going to be the only cell within the quarry? Is that the expectation?
Yes, cell 6 is the only cell within the quarry. However, just for more background on that, we will be building it in subsequent sections. So we build a portion and fill it up, build another portion, fill it up. And that's really just to kind of, we can't fill this whole area with trash, and you'll get degradation of the material that, we want to keep in good condition. And you'll also produce more leachate just because you don't have that waste mass to come through. So we will be building cell 6 in multiple steps, but the outside extents are what is permitted and only permitted as cell 6.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then proportionally, what kind of volume are we looking at? And then what cell 6 will be, even though it's being built in multiple phases? Like we have a cell 1, cell 1A. Do you expect to have like cell 6, cell 6A, et cetera?
Yeah, okay. We will have cell 6A, cell 6B, cell 6C. I'm not quite sure what it goes up to, but I believe this is, and don't quote me on this, but I want to say approximately 30 acres-ish. So.
And the anticipation of, well, a couple questions here kind of layered together also. The current height of the existing landfill, the maximum height is sitting at what currently?
I'm not sure what it is above mean sea level, but I could produce that.
Okay, I'd like
later.
to have, yeah, if we could have that information. And is the expectation to build the quarry cells to that same height?
They would all kind of come into one big pyramid. So like the left-hand side will not be nearly as tall because you're building up your side slope, and the apex would likely be somewhere around where it says like cell 3A. That would likely be the approximate location of the highest point of the landfill.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next question, kind of again in the same vein, looking at this map. I'll just skip that one. I think that we can find that in records. Okay, so go back to the proposed expansion that we're talking about. It's that lower section on the map. The difference, we got close to it, but I don't know that it got answered in tonight's responses. The height of the proposed expansion is anticipated to be what relative to the existing landfill?
If I remember correctly, it will be roughly, I think about 100 feet lower. The top of the expansion area would be versus the existing area.
Okay, and is it safe to say that we're somewhere in the range of about 700 feet? That's kind of a number I remember, but I know some things may have changed on that existing. Are we within, give or take, in that area?
I cannot remember what the topographic map said. I see it every day almost, and now I can't remember it. I apologize for that.
We can bring that answer back for you.
That would be great. Thank you. We'll move on from that. Let's see. I wanted to just ask some questions about the leachate question. Has been a very popular topic for our public testimony, but also I wanted to go back to the monitoring process. So it sounds like can you give me just, again, it's probably in there, but just how many wells are we actually monitoring? The total number of wells on leachate? And I understand that they are scattered amongst, and I know that there are maps out there, but can you just give me that number?
So, just for clarification on leachate, we have right now we have 5 sumps that are within the lined area, and they all get pumped into the lined pond. I think you might be thinking groundwater monitoring wells, which we have 52 of, and those are within soil, not within the waste mass.
Okay. And I probably am talking groundwater monitoring wells, but do they in fact, doesn't leachate impact the groundwater potentially? Like cell 1 and cell 1A are not lined, so clearly there's a potential impact there.
Yeah, so historically we moved a lot of the old like World War II trench fill area and moved that to a lined portion. We do have some portions of cell 1A and 1 that have a clay liner and not synthetic. And we have not seen any real levels of leachate showing it. It's very old waste, and we're not seeing any impacts to groundwater. We're not under any corrective actions with DEQ.
Okay, and is DEQ actually looking at groundwater impacts? I know that sometimes DEQ has different departments.
Yeah, they are looking at it.
Okay, very good. The leachate from cell 1 and 1A, I believe I was reading that it's about 2 million gallons annually. Is that correct? So not groundwater impacts. Now we're actually talking about leachate that's.
Yeah, so leachate as a whole throughout, what's built out in that, I guess the existing landfill portion on 3, it's 40 million gallons per year, approximately.
But to cell 1 and cell A, the production of leachate, is there a number associated with those 2 cells?
I could potentially look into that. We don't typically put it on per sump. I mean, we do internally, but usually we just kind of show the sum of the
Very
number.
good. Okay, and I recognize that 40 to 42 million number. I'm interested in that information on cell 1 and cell A, and the reason I'm interested in that is, if I remember in the record, those cells were closed in the 1970s. We are now 50 years later. If what I was reading reflects that we have leachate, then we're looking at a 50-year potential leachate impact that still exists, and that is relevant to, well, it's relevant. I'll also ask this question. So I understand that liners are designed to last for a long time, and I've heard, intermittent in some of these testimonies. I really appreciate what you have shared. I did happen to go on the tour when you did the tour, and you showed us what those liners looked like and that process. It's quite extensive, recognizing that you are engaged in state-of-the-art pursuits for how you manage waste disposal. Leachate liners do in fact fail, correct? They can fail for a number of various reasons: age, heat, the components of what's in those particular cells may breach a liner through impact. Is that correct? There's no assurance that it's 100% guarantee, correct?
Yeah, I mean, mishaps can happen, and it is generally best practice, or not generally, it is best practice if there is a known compromise to that liner. We go in and repair it, whether that's plugging it with bentonite, which is like a fancy clay, or actually, if we can get to it and it's safe, doing a patch on the weld or the GCL.
Thank you.
I would like to add that that's why we do 2 liners. It's only required that we do 1, and we actually have a double liner system. So in essence, the bottom liner is never touched by leachate or anything else, as long as there's nothing penetrating the top liner.
That's helpful. To clarify again, no degradation just by age. Does that happen?
It does happen. It is HDPE, which is a plastic, and plastics last for quite a long time.
Thank you. Let's see. A comment was made, and this is chronological, but it's a lot of pages back. So, and it's a lot of testimony back. Comments were made about the Benton County Talks Trash process and the sustainable materials management planning that Benton County is taking. My understanding, and I'd like feedback if I am incorrect in that, but my understanding is that process was, number one, it's aspirational. It isn't going to happen this year. It won't happen 10 years from now. It's a fundamental shift in how we consume product, how we manufacture product, how we, use them in our homes, and then how we dispose of them. So highly aspirational, certainly very innovative in some of its proposals and ideas. But the reality of the scenario of SMMP actually altering the handful of years that we have left at Coffin Butte Landfill is pretty insignificant. Is that correct? It's not a solution to Coffin Butte Landfill and our end of life expectations. Yes?
I think that's probably fair to say.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to some methane questions that I have. I happen to live in Philomath, famous for its Mill Pond Crossing methane emissions in a residential community, which we built housing without managing the methane emissions. Through that process, I'll say infamous, not famous. Through that process, I also sat on the city council during that period of time, and we had a lot of engagement with that community. And we also had a lot of engagement with fire district, our local fire district, the risks of methane. Please, if you can confirm for me, what I understood to be is that methane is a heavier gas than oxygen. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Lower explosive limits at 5% of volume, correct? And upper explosive limits at 17% of volume. And I think, I'm sorry, what was your name again on screen?
Jim.
Jim Walsh.
Jim Walsh.
Yes. Yes, Jim Walsh, I think, stated that as well. That being said, when we combine that information and the methane exceedances of the recent EPA, I will say evaluations, I don't know that investigation is the right word. Is there in fact a risk when we start combining and pooling methane into spaces where we're not necessarily meeting the management that is expected, I should say, by Benton County, by the community at large, and certainly EPA had an opinion about that. I understand you had a difference of opinion, but we still have facts that there were 60 plus exceedances at one point, and I think 40 at the second point. So is that a risk that should be looked at, talked about, addressed? What's the mitigation plan? Is that a risk for, I'll say terrorism, strong word, but maybe not in today's world? We've seen that in the electrical grid in this region. If you have any just general forum comments on that?
Yeah, so you said, well, go ahead, Brett.
Oh, I was
Right.
just going to say, yeah, when the EPA did come and visit, they conducted a surface emissions monitoring investigation, and they did find a number of exceedances. We do that on a quarterly basis, and in similar when the EPA came and visited as what we do quarterly, we will from time to time find exceedances. With that, once an exceedance is found, we have 10 days to put cover back on it or find why, this area is having a methane exceedance. And generally it's usually cover and some erosion that has happened. So our cover has depleted. So we will patch that area up, and then we have to show a passing test within 10 days of that, or go into a corrective action. So when the EPA did come out and they found a number of hits or exceeding points, we did go back within that 10 days and fix all of those and completed that. So it's something that, as we're exposed to the elements, these things will happen, and that's why we do it on a quarterly basis, so that we stay on top of it.
Very good. So
If
to
I-
confirm, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, if I could add a little color on that, EPA's concern is with, as Jeff Ledford referred to it before, fugitive emissions. So to the extent that methane and perhaps trace gases accompanied with it, EPA's concern is air pollution, air quality issues into the general air, and methane is considered a potent greenhouse gas. So that's their concern, not to be conflated with the explosion risk. So explosion risks, as we said, are between 5 and 15%. And the right combination and everything. And that's really not an issue, and not EPA's issue with regard to their alleged interest in methane. It's more air quality and greenhouse gas concerns.
Very good. Thank you. I was simply using the fact that EPA found that those exceedances existed and bringing that back to that explosive risk. To clarify, if we add oxygen, say we get to that upper explosive limit, it's no longer a problem after 17%, as I understand. If we have a rush of oxygen into that space, it becomes explosive again, correct? It has the opportunity for that?
It would, but it wouldn't be in the open air, as is the case that EPA is interested in, release into the open air. It's only explosive when it's a confined space and provided between 5 and 15% methane and provided a source of ignition.
And a confined space might be considered under those tarps? So the billowing of the tarps.
Correct, but it would have to have
Okay.
the right amount of oxygen and a source of ignition again, which,
Yes.
and that's the
Yes.
reason I haven't identified that as a fire risk.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Are there other, so this did not come up, although I did hear about carbon dioxide. Do we have other gas emissions as well? I know in the methane situation in Philomath, we did have other gases, hydrogen sulfide perhaps, but some other gas risks. Are there other gas that we have not talked about in this landfill?
I'll take a shot at that. Yes, there are other gases. Generally, landfill gases, let's say 50% methane and 50% carbon dioxide, as we referenced before. Other gases, yes, at the part per million level, hydrogen sulfide, literally dozens, if not hundreds of other very trace low-level compounds. It is the presence of those other compounds that EPA is concerned about air quality issues. And the issue is with methane, with regard to the greenhouse gas issue. So there are other gases that may be air quality impacts or odor impacts. The H2S is primarily the odor concern. These other trace gases are other volatile organic compounds at trace levels are more of an air quality concern.
Okay, and then I think two additional questions on this. Is that quarterly report? Well, so the EPA also found inconsistencies between what they were finding and what they believed was being reported by Coffin Butte. I'm not here to debate whether they were accurate or you were accurate. However, are those reports available for this commission to have access as part of the record, those quarterly trackings on your methane?
Yeah,
Testing.
the quarterly trackings we can definitely share.
So that's a request then for this record. Thank you.
Yep.
Um, Several of my questions have been answered by my colleagues, so I'm just making sure that we cover these. The daily cover material that you are using currently, I know we have alternate daily cover options. Generally, the majority of our daily cover, what is that source of material?
Soil and tarps.
And that soil sourced from within the landfill site or footprint, lands that you owned or coming from somewhere else?
Yeah,
It's multiple sites. So like if we have jobs that are coming in that are dirt jobs, like an excavation company will stockpile that. Some of the dirt that we're using currently came from when they dug out one of the cells at the landfill. So that dirt was stockpiled and we're using that. So it's either stockpiled dirt that was excavated from cell development or it's incoming from customers.
Thank you. Mr. Ledford, let's see, where are you? I typed more than okay, very good. I have some questions for you. We were talking about odor, I believe, in this case, and your analysis of that odor. I did look at the exhibits. I'm sorry for the audience and anybody listening. I don't know the numbers, but the reports that we received, you referenced that from 2022 to 2024, we had those 84 complaints. In looking at those, the majority of those were through DEQ. Somewhere in the conversation, either by you or somebody else, someone referenced that Coffin Butte also receives reports, and there are a smattering of them there that I suspect are probably that. Do you have additional reports of complaints on odors that we have not seen in this record? Are you tracking them? Do you monitor them? Do you have a record of them?
Hi, I'm Paul Koster. I'm the environmental manager there. Yeah, we basically get two sources of odor complaints, one from DEQ and one through our Coffin Butte portal. And those are the only two locations we get odor reports from or complaints.
And that Coffin Butte portal that you're referencing, is that what's in that document as well? Or do you have an additional record of complaints that we should have access to in considering this?
No, the only complaints that we have are everything is submitted from DEQ, and it's also part of what I submit to DSAC as part of their request to the public.
So DSAC has that, and we are going to be, let's see, I don't know where Pedro went, are they to the annual reporting, or is that somewhere else within DSAC's work?
Yes, and they're posted to the DSAC site.
Is that each meeting minutes, or is there a summary?
All the agendas, all the meetings, all the reports are posted on the site now.
But not necessarily part of the record, correct?
They are not in the record.
I'll also come back to Mr. Ledford. You talked about the landfill being not upwind, that you could only determine 1% of the complaints are likely to have been from the landfill. A lot of this data did not, almost 58% are possibly from the landfill, and you didn't have a full data set, which I can see in those reports on the odor complaints. The other 29% are not likely to have come from the landfill. I'm just curious because those reports are pretty significant in some of the experiences that people were having. The strength of the odor kind of comes through in what they said, the words that they used to describe those odors. What might, in hundreds of acres of landfill, what might some of the options been for such a reaction that wouldn't have been from the landfill? Do you see what I'm asking? Like, what other sources might there be?
This odor analysis didn't assess, the sources of alternative sources of odor. I'm sure there's plenty of other sources of odor in the region, but this odor analysis was specifically focused on the landfill. So I didn't look at other ones.
Okay. Anyone else here as part of this team wish to comment on that? Okay. Thank you to Commissioner Lee for addressing fugitive emissions. I think I got those answers with your questions. There was also a comment about the dilution of air detectable by 0.5% of the people, right? Dilutions of an odor in the air divided by odor's threshold. What is an odor threshold? I was not clear on what that meant in this piece.
Yeah, so basically, if you think about, and every nose is different, right? So you have a different threshold where everybody can detect something. So if you put that onto a graph, it'd be something like a bell curve of when people could smell it, of course, in concentration. Right in the center of that would be roughly about half the people can detect it. That's where you draw the line, where it's like the average person is able to smell it.
And that's the threshold then you're referring to?
That's the threshold that I use, correct?
That's helpful. I have a question about, so road improvements is the next one. We're talking about, in this application, you're actually proposing to develop, if we will, to county standards, the Coffin Butte Road for a number of reasons. I'm curious if we have an estimate on what the cost of, so there was comments made about, you're providing those costs, the benefit coming, realistically to Benton County. Do you have an average on what that cost of improvement will be for that road improvement?
We haven't determined an approximate cost, but I would place it in today's dollars as somewhere between maybe 800,000 and 900,000 to $1 million worth of work.
Okay, and the length of that Coffin Butte Road?
It's only over the portion that we show in the application to create the left turn lane and the transition from that left turn lane out. So it's only, I believe, 850 feet long.
And just to clarify, it's an existing road, so really you're building on top of an existing roadbed and surface.
We would probably have to remove the existing roadbed surface and rebuild it back up from there so that we have a proper transition from a new road to an existing road. Plus, it's going to be significantly wider.
Yes. Thank you. I do have a question. This came up in Benton County Talks Trash. It was during the period of some of the train derailments that were happening across the country. One of the local news stations picked up the train derailment in Toledo, where they estimated approximately 2,000 gallons of diesel were spilled, some of that on soil, some of that into water. The question was asked, it was stated by one of your team members that soil, and I believe it was also in the article, that those contaminated soils were removed from there and trucked to the Coffin Butte Landfill. Now, the question that I have on that was in, I believe, well, let me see where the data that is. The question I have for that, in looking at Chapter 77, excuse me, that is a hazardous waste material. The response when asked of the Benton County team that was part of BCTT, the response I remember is that there are circumstances in which you are required to take hazardous materials. Okay, if somebody can clarify that for me first, whether or not that happened and whether or not you are subject to an authority that would require you to take hazardous materials.
No, we're not subject to take hazardous material. We get contaminated soil often. I mean, if anybody remembers, I don't know when it was, 2019, there was a diesel truck that actually turned over about a half a mile from Coffin Butte Landfill and contaminated the soil. We took all that soil as well. So it has to be profiled and tested. But we take contaminated soil often. And the soil that you're talking about from the Toledo area was the same stuff. I don't know if it was reported incorrectly as hazardous waste, which often is reported incorrectly, but it wasn't hazardous waste. We took it in as special waste, and it was tested and profiled accurately.
So the difference between special waste and hazardous waste, and so diesel spills and contaminated soil is not considered hazardous waste, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
It depends on, the concentration. So, if you have a lot of soil and a little bit of diesel when we profile it, if it's like a 50-50 mix, or, it starts becoming more diesel than soil, then, it goes into, the EPA's profile of a hazardous waste. Since it's mainly soils that we're picking up, it's not really going into ignitability, corrosivity, reactivity, ignitability, which is how the EPA would, mainly look at a hazardous waste versus special waste.
And can you comment on special waste? What might special waste be?
Special waste is easiest way to kind of define it as anything that's really not your household waste. So something that may require additional handling, or special handling, whether that's profiling, what's in this soil, or it might be like sludge from a wastewater treatment plant, and we have to look at the liquid moist, or like the moisture content within that waste to make sure it's a truly solid waste, not a liquid waste. So that's kind of it just it takes a little bit more to determine, or it takes special handling to determine what it is.
Okay. And to clarify, we do or do not at Coffin Butte Landfill does or does not take municipal sludge waste.
We do. From the city of Corvallis, Dallas, Albany, probably several of the surrounding POTWs.
And POTWs is?
Publicly operated treatment works.
Wastewater treatment plants.
Yep. We call them WTPs. So I want to double check on what the POTW was.
Sorry, it's been a term that we've been using a lot lately, so
Very
I
good.
just used it.
If it's possible to get a confirmation on the municipal sludge that you are receiving, is that the full list, or are there potentially others?
No, there's potentially others. Like, for example, the city of Independence is in the process of cleaning out some of their settling ponds, and so there's a contractor that's bidding on that, and we'll get that stuff later this year. So it's again regionally predicated.
And my question and reason for answering that is I believed what I read also confirmed that you did that, and not that that's historically been a challenge, but with the emergence of PFAS and the risks to agricultural lands, livestock, what's coming out of that space and how that's influencing our environment, it's a future consideration of risk. It's certainly a current conversation that's being talked about with the public. So thank you for that clarity. I will see where to go. I step back just for a moment to the diesel spill conversation. You said that you do, I'm sorry, you process it somehow, but I don't see the word in my notes here. So I'm assuming that you have sort of, when you're testing soils like that come in, you have some sort of record on the level of contaminant, that it's okay, how you handle it. Is there a record on that Toledo diesel spill that you would have that we could put in the record?
I'd have to look, but I'm sure there is. It'd be a test profile, right?
Yeah, it would be a test profile. We'd have to. It's in our records. It just might take a while to grab. Yeah.
If we could have that for this record as well. I'm getting there. Let's talk about the closure and post-closure, just some clarifying points. We've heard some bits and pieces of that. I understand that there is a worst case scenario closure plan. There's also the closure, post-closure plan, I think it is, combined. It talks about performance bonding and assuring that is done correctly, mitigates the risk to the extent that we can. Since one of you somewhere in here said that landfills will continue to produce leachate past closure. You mentioned that it is Coffin Butte Landfill's responsibility to treat that, right, to mitigate that. Where does your responsibility end? I've seen 30-year marks in some of these places. Is that correct? So your liability ends at some point. Benton County picks up that liability. Is that correct?
No, and that's a good question. So, I believe it was 1996 when Subtitle D was first promulgated. And introduce the 30-year time window.
Is that RCRA you're speaking to?
Yeah. So we're kind of, if you think about it, in 1996 when these were first enacted, and we have these Subtitle D landfills now, we're kind of getting to the point where, there might be some sites that are getting to that post-closure period. So to be honest, off the top of my head, I don't know any landfill that has been released from post-closure care. I also believe in those documents or in the regulations, you kind of have to show that your landfill has basically got inert or has stabilized. So 30 years is a good year marker, and that's how we set up our financial assurance. But until we are released from post closure and can show that yes, Coffin Butte has been stabilized, we would still be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep and everything like that. And we're also the landowner of.
Okay. I see more response.
Yeah, I'm currently working on several sites that have exceeded their 30-year post-closure period and are still producing leachate and landfill gas, and we are still monitoring them, and the owner is still paying those bills, and it hasn't been released from the post-closure care period by the relative state agency. So yeah, the owner has to keep monitoring it until it stops producing gas and or leachate.
And in this case, just some clarifying, the owner being Valley Landfills or Republic Services?
The owners being different landfill companies that I work with.
So in this Coffin Butte landfill, though, who would that owner be if this was the scenario we were talking about?
I would assume it would be.
It's Valley Landfills owns the property.
Right. So Valley Landfills would be responsible.
Yes.
And does Valley Landfills have the capacity to mitigate the kind of length that we're talking about? So cells 1A and 1 and 1A are still producing leachate. Methane in Mill Pond Crossing in Philomath is 30, 40 years ago, still producing methane. Does Valley Landfills have that financial wherewithal?
That is who the financial assurance is under.
And in the case of the financial assurance is no longer available, or they decide to terminate, or there's a bankruptcy, then what?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I will say, under our umbrella, we do have 128 closed landfills currently, and we've never walked away from a single landfill.
And we being?
Republic Services, and I think Jeff Condit can kind of put more words to that.
Yes. So Republic Services, overall, the Republic Service Incorporated is a holding company, and all of the Republic Services sub-companies are under that company. And it is, that's a very common business structure for complicated businesses. That's the way most businesses are set up, and it is set up that way to limit liability. But the responsible party is Valley Landfills, and it's the one that holds the assurances and must continue the insurances, and has done so far. And those assurances have to be updated each year based upon the estimated cost of closure and post-closure, and that's a DEQ requirement. And there's also overall pollution or environmental liability insurance that the umbrella company maintains, that each one of its sites is insured under. So there's quite a bit of, it's probably about as good of assurance as you can get in this world when you have a nationwide company with multiple landfill sites, and it has the financial capacity, and has that financial capacity. And the other issue there is simply a business issue. If Republic walked away from any of its landfill sites, you'd hear about that at every hearing like this, like we have been. So there's a strong business reason to maintain those sites. And this is a well-run site. It's been well run for its entire history, and Valley Landfills is still working on many sites that have very significant problems. So I think that there's no guarantee that's perfect 100% in the world, but in terms of how it's set up and how it's structured, and the company that is managing it, it's about as strong an assurance as you can get.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer as well. Just to go back, just ever briefly, it's probably just one person, the authority that determines whether a landfill has been stabilized, who would that be in this case?
Oregon DEQ.
I want to go back to PFAS just briefly because you told the story very, very well. I believe it was you, Mr. Lurch, about the parts per trillion. And the parts per trillion that EPA has established as a risk to humanity, basically, humans, livestock, the environment. I want to say 4 parts per trillion. It's a very, very, very small point with a lot of zeros number. The way you explained that, the parts per trillion was like sand grains within a swimming pool, I think is how you said it. And that conveys the urgency of this issue very well. It is and remains one of the top topics of discussion. What is Coffin Butte Landfill looking at to how we're going to mitigate PFAS? I understand you don't generate it, but you happen to be the holders of that material. And it also generally is not being treated by our water treatment plants, which means it's going to the Willamette River. Downriver, we have, I don't know. So at one point we looked at those numbers, about 1/3 of the population potentially, but some of the water sourcing has changed for municipalities. It's a very big question for a lot of folks. So plans within the organization, Republic Services on that higher level, or plans for Coffin Butte, any comments you can make about PFAS?
Yeah, I would say, we really don't have any federal or state regulations to date. And EPA has done a good job of doing a lot of research in this, in this sphere. I think one of the hard parts, and one thing that we're looking at, is really understanding concentration levels at a state or federal level. So we are tracking that and working with our disposal partners on what that looks like in the future, what different treatment technologies there may be, and what can get down to a certain level. So I think one of the hardest parts is nobody's set the goalpost yet. So there are some treatment technologies that can take out to a certain level, and then ones that are a little bit better. And it's really hard to game plan as a POTW or as a landfill, or anybody who's trying to treat this waste of like, hey, we're going down this way, but then you spend all your time and capital here, but then your regulations, when they finally come out, are a little bit more stringent. So it's very hard, but this is something that we are actively looking into, trying to find a solution, and trying to build good partnerships of finding the best way to dispose of this, so that we're not out of compliance environmentally, or our wastewater treatment partners.
Very good.
Commissioner Bisco,
yes.
Also maybe kind of speaking to one of your other comments there.
Yes,
questions.
please.
I think obviously this issue and topic goes well beyond Coffin Butte, well beyond Republic Services. It's a industry-wide emerging issue, and Republic is kind of focused on it at a corporate level, and looking for ways to leverage information nationally to help solve problems in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a couple clarifying questions, and I think I've about wrapped up. So medical waste was a concern, the Covanta incinerator, right? There were questions about the type of product that was coming into the landfill here. Are there any sources of medical waste at this time coming into the landfill, or historically in the past?
I believe the only other source is from Corvallis Hospital that's autoclaved. So it does go through an autoclave before we receive it, but that's the only one that I'm aware of.
And is that autoclaving process approved process?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Within waste management?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And I just have one question. Please don't take it incorrectly, but I have looked at the franchise agreement and I do have the same concerns about the raising of the cap as does many of our public, the tonnage cap, because we saw an exceedance of our agreement and our tonnage limits for a period of years. They preceded the wildfires, so it was not just wildfire-related materials, which, clarification, would those be considered hazardous? I'll just interject that. Like those wildfires came with all kinds of materials. Sorry.
Yeah, that waste likely was profiled.
Okay.
Prior.
Before it got here.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, why would the franchise agreement, if it's not your intention to increase your intake or what you receive in waste, Benton County certainly is not your highest customer already. I don't think we're going to have an explosion of a bad word. I don't think we're going to have an extensive increase of population and waste production. Why would you put in the franchise agreement that you are going to be lifted upon signature? So it's there. If this is approved, that tonnage cap is lifted. We've seen that push the limits before. It's a big concern. And the bottom line is that will hit Benton County the hardest. We are not the largest producer. Our local landfill will be filled sooner, and we will then be resorting to other options for how we handle waste. And in no uncertain terms will the Sustainable Materials Management Plan be ready to go at the point that this might happen. So can you explain to me why that was placed in the franchise agreement? There's a lot of questions about that in the public.
Yeah, I was not part of that negotiation, so it'd be hard for me to say specifically what the sentiment was around at the time that was negotiated. I can say that, although that's certainly how the franchise agreement is structured as I understand it, and I think that county council confirmed that. We haven't addressed it in this part of the CUP application just because it's outside of that process.
Well, it's outside of that process to the extent that it is a different agreement. However, it does go to undue burden on our infrastructures. So that's why I mentioned it. But thank you I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I would like to add as well. I don't know if it's just a clarity, but to our knowledge, we have never exceeded our tonnage cap. The volume that we take in, if we have special waste, it does not count towards the tonnage cap. So during wildfire, that event, that tonnage did not count towards the cap. That's how we have, I'd say, read and interpreted the contract in all the years I've been with the company.
Okay, I appreciate that distinction as well. I may have misinterpreted the numbers I was looking at. I don't think so. To be clear, the wildfire and the special waste certainly contributed to shortening our end of life projections, correct? Okay. Chair sorry.
Well, and to my knowledge, that's why special waste isn't included, because there could be like a catastrophic event or something that happens close by, and there has to be a solution for that.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank all of you very much. I know I've had a lot of questions. You have answered them thoroughly. Your testimony presentations were very well done. This has been a very thorough application. I am finished. I appreciate really all your extra effort, Chair Fowler.
Thank you, Vice Chair Heyman.
Sorry, thank you. Just a few clarifications. When we were discussing the height of the expansion area, I think I understood that it's really related to the size of the base, and you have a sort of run rise 2-to-1. Is that your optimal 2-to-1 or?
Yeah, 3 feet horizontal, 1 foot vertical.
So 2 run rise.
3-1.
3-1. Okay. Okay. And so your whole thing is based on that as your maximum slope.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks. That's all I think what was confusing about the stuff in the wildlife section, this was a lot of data, but I didn't see a summary. It was like, it didn't say, oh, and therefore. So it sort of left me going, well, what did we find out about that? Is the conclusion that that it won't impact wildlife, or it will, or it will? What is the conclusion in that area? Because I didn't see it.
The conclusion for whether or not there are active rookeries, the one site within the expansion area is officially abandoned. The other site is active at this point.
Yeah, I apologize. I've read all of that. I think the question and why it's included in the report is, and therefore, the landfill expansion doesn't impact that, or does, or what? That's what I want to hear.
The landfill expansion would not impact, it would not remove an active site at this point, and I don't believe any increased traffic or noise would change anything at the active site at the Eastern Rookery. And it was not found to be a major migratory pathway for deer and elk, and that it would impact important but not essential habitat. And then for eagles, the big question there was whether or not they're found to be nesting in that area, and they are not. And so it would not impact any nesting areas. I would expect the open operations, they would still be present. The eagle use would likely not change or increase, but it would not be impacting an active nesting site.
I just wanted to note that the eastern rookery that's still potentially active is in a protected area on the landfill site, and there's no plan to remove that. It's directly adjacent to a mitigation wetland that was constructed that's protected by an easement. So it's not going to be itself impacted by the expansion, and the required 300-foot protection area around such a site is already provided by that wetland easement.
Thank you very much. That clarifies. My last question, again, it's just a clarification. While this is an application for an expansion of a landfill, it seems to me you represent that it's not an expansion of operation. You're simply shifting operation to a different location. Is that a clear understanding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. My colleagues have been very comprehensive in their questions, and so I've been ticking my questions off. And I really just have one question, and it has to do with odor. And of course, odor was a very significant input from the public in terms of an irritant. And we've heard that the off-gassing is 50% methane and roughly 50% carbon dioxide, but both of those two, as I understand it, are odorless. And so the odor complaints are coming neither from methane nor carbon dioxide. They must be coming from something else. So were you looking at specific compounds? And is that bell curve you described, is that by specific compound, or is that a very general, people can smell something irritating?
Yeah, so we took, we have a bunch of this gas that's being generated in the landfill going through the collection system to the flare. So you already have it controlled. So you can take a sample of that and take it to a lab and get it like fully analyzed, which obviously it's mostly methane and CO2, but there are like small constituents like H2S and dimethyl sulfide that are, even extremely small concentrations can be detectable, right? So taking that whole amount that was the lab tested of everything that was in that gas and then comparing that to all the odor thresholds of all of those chemicals, we were able to fine tune the highest risk ones, the ones that had the highest concentration compared to its threshold. to model and do that analysis on. So, but H2S and dimethyl sulfide are the two that are the most common in fugitive gas, the gas that comes out off the top. And then the other big hitter was NOx, was nitric oxide from diesel engines.
So is there a hypothesis as to why this would be such a ubiquitous input from the surrounding neighbors up to 7 even further miles away?
Well, I mean,
what could explain it?
Well, 7 miles away, when you're talking about everything is diluting. This air is diluting as it's going into the air, right? 7 miles away, there's never. I mean, things are extremely diluted by that point. I've never seen anything close to.
Well, that's kind of my question, because if we did a map of where all these complaints are coming from, it's not just immediately proximate to the landfill. They're distributed far and wide. And so I'm just trying to come up with what is the explanation where, if it's an irritant to those properties further distance than it should be, what could explain it?
Oh, yeah, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say, different sources. Do you want to say something, Paul?
Yes, Commissioner Fowler. When I get the odor complaints from DEQ, sometime a day, up to 10 days later, some of the statements are, yeah, landfill stinks, and it shows what time. It doesn't show the direction, doesn't say the location or anything. So when I review the data from our odor patrol that day, the odor complaint might come in at 11 o'clock in the morning, but we do odor patrol, say, at 8:30. We don't detect anything, but we get a call. So it's very hard to determine if I just say the landfill stinks, I live 7 miles away, north, south, east, or west. I mean, if I could know that direction, I can compare that to the wind data at that time to see if how valid it is. I'm not saying it's not valid, but I can correlate it and see if that's true. The odors that we get through the Coffin Butte website, the few that I have gotten, I've gone out personally and done the walk on the public right of way to detect, and I don't detect anything. So I can make that note in the report that I send out, that the log we keep. So it's very hard to determine when someone doesn't say, we don't want an address, we just want a location, so I can correlate. And that it's really hard to determine with no information.
We clearly have a data collection issue, but we also have a complaint issue. And so I'm struggling with how we go forward in terms of a suggestion on how we can improve the data collection, how we can identify other sources, and so forth. So I think that's something that I've got to ponder a little bit more.
Take a look at the condition that we've proposed on that, because part of the reason we proposed that is so that we could have a comprehensive set of data where it's our testing, and where if we can determine that something is going off-site, that we can do something about it. And if you look in my cover letter, one of the things staff asked us about was, are there any specific kinds of operations on the landfill that could temporarily increase noise? And there are some. When we're constructing wells, when we're putting in a gas collection system, when we do daily cover, those can temporarily increase odor. And there are also certain weather conditions that where odor disperses farther, and that's all discussed in there. So, when you look at the model, that's the overall model based upon the standard circumstance. There are these special circumstances. And so that's what we're trying to get at with our condition, so that we can detect, so we have a good idea when we are actually producing odor and we can do something about it.
Thank you for that. And I also want to thank you much more generally for the PowerPoint presentation and bringing in all of your experts. As someone who spent a career receiving PowerPoint updates, this is a very comfortable way of getting an update. And I also appreciate your active engagement with all of our questions. I know it's very late, and so at this point, we are in recess until Tuesday, May 6th at 6 p.m. And we will begin immediately with public commentary right at the start of Tuesday's hearing. Thank you all. We're in recess.